And it is May the 16th, 1:30 p.m. here on the west coast of the United States of America. This is Arthur with the Apologia Center live call-in show that we do every single Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Go ahead. Don't forget to hit that like button. Even if you are watching the replay, go ahead and hit that like button because it helps. And if you just find yourself on this channel watching this video and you're not subscribed, hey, we're a fun bunch. Go ahead and subscribe. Join the community. I almost can guarantee you will have fun being a part of this YouTube community. So go ahead, drop a comment, let me know how you're doing, and hit that like button like I said. Jason, what's up? How you doing, man? I am having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. It's good weather here in Southern California. And that's pretty much what we need, we Californians. If the weather is good, we're good. What's up, Bob? How you doing? Twitch, man. Look at that consistency from Bob on Twitch. Props, dude. I do have the link already in the comment section. It's pinned. That's only on YouTube. And I just remembered I was supposed to look something up on Twitch, but I haven't yet. Cheers. Like I said, we're messing with the time a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're used to being on at 1, but we are messing around. We're doing this 1:30 thing, and we might actually push it to 2. By the way, like that would be very inconvenient time for me, 2 p.m. But if it's good for the channel, then it's good for me. That's okay, Jason. Take care of business, man. There will be plenty of opportunities. Plenty of opportunities. What's up, folks? As you're coming in, go ahead and hit that like button. Drop a comment before. Let me know how you're doing, what's going on. Arnold says, hey, you look spiffy. Thank you, man. I don't know what spiffy means. Is that actually a word, or did you just make it up? Like, it sounds like something white people would say. Never heard that word. Spiffy is a word. I will give you that. You don't look like a guy that would know words like spiffy. The definition for the word spiffy is smart in appearance. So is that, that could be taken offensively, right? Like, I look smart in appearance, like I look smart, but I'm actually not. But it also means it's similar to smart or stylish or chic or glamorous and arrogant, elegant, elegant, classy, high class. I don't know which one of those you meant, man. So don't use words like spiffy, please. Yes. I shall. That's true. I can just picture her calling you and saying, hey, Arnold, you look spiffy. Oh, man, I would die. She loves her English, man. I'm not dressed up, guys. I am not. I actually am not dressed up. Diana said you're dressed up. This is just a short sleeve button down shirt. I have a lot of them, but I appreciate it. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I like this one. It's kind of confusing when you look at it. It kind of maybe what you don't see. You see the big dots, but there are all these little dots in between the bigger dots. It kind of looks like the carpeting at a casino in Vegas. When you look at it too much, it gets confusing and your eyes start to hurt. What's up, Keanu? How you doing? Justin said, the woman God gave you. That's the perfect move. Blaming her. Oh, man, nerd theological jokes. You guys, we are nerds, man. We are nerds of the highest quality. What's up, Pastor Dave? What's going on? Oh, she's saying, no, I'm explaining where the spiffy comment is coming from. Yeah, it means dressed up or... the first thing that came out when I looked it up, it said smart in appearance. So, again, either he's telling me I'm not smart, and in appearance I look smart, or he's just saying, dude, you look like yourself. For once. Either way, I appreciate it, man. We made way too much of an issue from that one comment. Way too much. Well, that's because it was winter. Winter is coming. You're used to the hoodies. Yeah, so I actually, that reminds me, it should be live. Let me see. I think I did change those hoodies that I made into shirts as well. They should be. If not, then I haven't hit launch. Nope, shirts are up. $28, guys. If you didn't know, now you do. Thank you for that reminder, by the way, Deanna. So, yeah, so these shirts, the t-shirts, are live, which means you can purchase them, and they come in white. It's not switching colors. Okay. Green, gray. Okay, let me try something else. I hope you guys aren't having that issue. Nope. So there we are. So green, gray, pretty decent. I'll probably end up getting the gray one. Red, it looks cool. Hey, Arnold, I think this red would look really nice on you. And then orangey. Okay. So, not to say, for the summer, those are out. I also have mugs, by the way. It is a nice red. I like the red. You know I like the red. Hey, Inter Milan just scored, guys. Okay, Inter's going through. They're going to make it to the Champions League final. Lautaro Martinez. Hey, it'd be interesting if they end up winning it. Okay. By the way, I got my hoodie that Pisabi won for me. I've worn it twice to church so far. People are asking me about you and they speak Spanish, so I don't know if they'll look you up. It's like you got people asking about you, but they don't understand any English, so deal with it. Sadly, we don't have a Spanish channel. I appreciate that, Jason. Time to start watching some warfare. What warfare? What are we watching? Hello, Carl. Hey, I had it on my screen, so it's there for those interested. Hey, Inter wins the Champions League. Henrik Mkhitaryan will be the first Armenian to ever win a Champions League medal, as far as I know. I don't think Yuri first Armenian national, not ethnically Armenian, definitely first Armenian national. But did Djorkaeff ever win? I don't think Yuri Djorkaeff ever won. Two Armenians on that French national team from '98 that won the World Cup. Alan Boosian was there, but I don't think he ever won anything. What's up, David? What's going on, man? You know what warfare I'm talking about. I do not. Who is the best Armenian to ever play? Like, do you mean Armenian national or like ethnically Armenian? That matters. The most successful Armenian to ever play is actually, I think, Henrik Mkhitaryan. He's played for the best teams. He's had a really, really good career. I think he has the most goals for the Armenian national team. So Henrik Mkhitaryan would definitely be the guy to beat. And if he wins the Champions League, that's going to be even more on top of that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Come on now. This is connections. Connections. Thank you, David. Appreciate it, man. I would love to have Dr. Michael Brown on. The partly because I see a lot of myself in that's a weird way of putting it. In Dr. Brown. I think theologically, very similar. I think in regards to personality and graciousness when it comes to disagreements, I see quite a bit of that. So, yeah. I don't know. Is Radioactive Trees planning to call in today? He wanted to call in the other day, and I told him to call in today. So on a serious note, not warfare. That's not my approach. But I would love to have a conversation with him. Hey, Arnold is a big time iPhone hater. He, by the way, just big time Apple hater generally. Whoa, what did I just do to my screen? Great. Look at that. So I'm not being weirdly arrogant and stuff, right? I think so. I sort of want to know, like, one of the questions definitely I think I would have for Dr. Brown would be how he navigates, because he's so big on hermeneutics and doing all that stuff properly, how he navigates some of these more charismatic type folks that I would be in agreement with, theoretically speaking, when their hermeneutics are so bad. That's a nice assumption. Hey, you're more than welcome to call in because I haven't seen any activity. That's why, David, I keep seeing green when you text me. Okay, we got a caller, ladies and gentlemen. Juanita is calling in. Let me just make sure everything is as it should be. Good afternoon. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just take the volume down on your screen. Just talk to me through, like, not on your screen. Sorry, the YouTube volume, whatever the YouTube's volume is. Just get rid of that.
Okay, got you.
So
There's
there's
an
no
echo. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm calling because I want to know, like, I was a Christian for a while that grew up like mostly Pentecostal, and I had like really bad experiences, and then I became like not a Christian, and then I was like atheist for like a long time, and then I got into like some other stuff like spiritualism and stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that. And then just recently, like starting about a month ago, I decided to like give my life back to Christ. But I don't have a church home, and I don't know where to start.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? If that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me well? Like this? Can you hear me when I'm talking like this?
Yeah, I just I it shows your face on my phone, and I don't know how to. I don't know. I think that's the YouTube volume, the YouTube the sound.
Yeah. Just
That's
turn
how I'm
YouTube.
hearing you.
Just turn YouTube off.
Okay, I can turn YouTube off.
Just talk to me on the way you called me.
Okay, got you. Is it fine now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just gonna ask a couple of questions because I want to arrange it well. Okay.
Okay.
When you grew up, you said Pentecostal. Was that like a specific Pentecostal denomination that you were part of?
Yeah, it was like a oneness. So
Okay.
they like modalism.
Yes. Yeah.
You can't girls can't wear pants.
Correct. Very extremely legalistic. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would also say that modalism is not a biblical worldview. So just
It led me into pantheism.
interesting.
Do you see how it
I'm trying to see how that connection would be made.
Because God,
being
one, just only Him, not impersonal, evolving kind of thing.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I don't want to ask you private questions on live here, but you can always email me in regards to like where you live and stuff. I'm sure I can reach out to some folks.
I'm from California.
Are you from Southern California?
I'm from the Valley, so like Central San Joaquin Valley.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I can ask friends or just reach out to folks or people who are watching that might be part of a good biblical church. We can give you, make some connections. Definitely. So you went from Pentecostal to atheism to spirituality, like New Age spirituality sort of stuff.
New Age, yeah.
And then back to Christ. It's very interesting. In the process, though, what was your atheism? Like I don't want to say radical because that's not the right word.
If you're wondering how I got from like Pentecostal to atheism.
Yeah, that's very interesting because those are like such extremes, right? Because usually people don't make that jump. It's because something else.
The Pentecostal church made like God and religion seem so like it was coming from the heart of man. Because everything they preached was like man-made culture, like very like everything was from like the lens of like modern day like evangelical culture, and it was like all these rules like were very it was just like a subculture, and it like whatever the pastor said, you know what I'm saying, whatever he decided, whatever the organization decided was best for like the specific culture of the church, that's what was they then conflated to the Bible, and they would say, well, the Bible is teaching this.
Correct. Yeah.
So whatever the pastor would make up.
And it's even a like I wouldn't even say that's Pentecostalism. That's the thing, because it's oneness Pentecostalism, which is a completely different kind of machine in and of itself. I mean, it's been historically the case. Excuse me. It's historically been the case that some of the more mainline Pentecostal churches, the older ones, have been pretty legalistic. in regards to dress, in regards to watching movies, dancing, X, Y, and Z, because they came out of a holiness movement in like the early 1900s. Right. But oneness Pentecostalism kind of like up ones everyone in that area, because they have their own internal kind of rules that they develop.
Right. It felt very culty.
Okay. And were you like born and raised in that?
The thing is like my mom wasn't. The thing is, it's weird because my mom wasn't religious, but she would like. I had uncles and aunts that would like take us, her kids, to the Pentecostal church, and then like I kind of grew up that way in it, and then I found my own Pentecostal church, and that's when I had like these really, really, really bad experiences. So, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to dig in there. When you say it's like culty, do you mean like? Because here's the stuff I've heard. So say the pastor preaches and gives a sermon and stuff, and you kind of look at the biblical text and you're like, it seems like a misinterpretation of what the text is saying, actually. Mm-hmm. And like, do you mean culty in the sense like if you were to confront anyone and say, hey, I don't agree with this interpretation?
Oh no, you couldn't do that. You couldn't even visit another church without the pastor's permission.
Wow. What about like in regards to, because I've seen this in Armenia. I've heard about it in Armenia. I've heard friends have told me where like if they were to pick up a book and read it, they needed approval from like spiritual leaders.
That kind of thing. Like you would, well, the thing is it's kind of a big church, but if you were to ask the pastor, like he would recommend that you would ask one of the pastors. So like what you read, they would control that. They would more preach sermons on it.
So they had their own reading list and stuff like that. Is that?
Yeah. Yeah. I remember this lady, she told me she moved, right? She moved a couple cities away, and she asked permission in a letter to the pastor, can she go to another church where close to where she was living? And she was an older lady, so it's hard to get around. And he said no, she couldn't.
So even if that's a Pentecostal, a oneness Pentecostal church?
Yeah, no. It was like he decides it was a Pentecostal church. She was still going to be Pentecostal, but she wanted to find a Pentecostal church in her area because she had moved a couple cities away, like from our area. And he said no. And she was kind of like proud of it. Like, yeah, he wants me to stay here. But, yeah, that's the kind of church it was.
Yeah, because recently, I know Mike Winger did a response to, there's one, and I did some digging. I was like, oh, those guys are oneness Pentecostal, where this guy's like going at it. He's preaching and he's talking about how facial hair is from Satan.
Yeah, you have to be clean shaven, the guys, and then the women. I have my head shaved, but the women can't cut their hair at all.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. We can't wear nail polish, can't wear makeup. You have skirts,
long skirts. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is what I mean is that it's so blatantly anti-biblical and like culture, like American culture or Western culture infused onto the text. It's like you got to wear your suit and tie, and it's like Jesus never wore a suit and tie.
Exactly. In anything, the pastor could just like make up anything, and somehow, even if it wasn't in the Bible, and it was the pastor was word first because he was considered like your direct line to God.
Yeah, man of God kind of language.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely like that. It's even like it goes beyond the theology, which is like typically I think about like the theology of it. Just my personality is to think about the theology and say, well, hey, here's the Trinitarian issue and this and that. But some of this other stuff is maybe even a bigger issue, like your direct connection to God as the pastor. It's like, no, it's the Holy Spirit, which is ironic, extremely ironic when you're considered a Pentecostal denomination that emphasizes the Holy Spirit so much.
Exactly. But the thing is like the pastor, he would say things like, he's responsible for us. So if he's wrong, let him be wrong, but you're supposed to be submitted to him. So he'll take if you're wrong, you'll still be righteous if you make the wrong decision, as long as you're doing what the pastor says.
That is such, oh man, that is so terrifying. Because I can't think of ironically, I can't think of a better way to manipulate people than that. It's like,
and people are manipulated. It was pretty bad. I was manipulated pretty badly.
yeah. And so I know someone who was at this is a former professor of mine who was at a Pentecostal church that ended up becoming weirdly like cultic. And he said when he left that church, it became like it was very hard on him leaving. Like he went to every single family essentially at the church and told them why he was leaving and that he was leaving.
Yeah,
because of the communal kind of connectedness and that was there.
Exactly.
Is that something similar to?
It would have been if the church hadn't been so big, because it's kind of, for a Pentecostal church, it was pretty big. Like usually
mega church.
A lot of Pentecostal churches are like smaller, but this is a kind of almost a mega church.
Well, I think anything beyond 500 is considered a mega church nowadays.
Yeah, I think it has more than 500.
Yeah.
Because they also have their own school.
So like you mean like seminary or Bible college?
No, they have a Bible college.
Yeah. So that would make sense because they got to produce that theology internally, because it's if they send any one of their folks to any seminary, any general Christian seminary, then they're not going to be taught Oneness Pentecostalism. They're Trinitarianism all through. So they would have to come up with their own school. That's true.
Right.
Let me see if does anybody have any questions for Juanita? That'd be. And by the way, if anybody here has a church that's in like Central California, correct? I got that right, Juanita? Yeah. Please get in touch with me. And then Juanita, do me a favor and just email me at info@apologiacenter.com, and then I'll try to pass those on your way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody got any questions? Let's see. Okay. David saying, I'm sorry you dealt with that or this.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. It caused a lot of damage that I'm still recovering from now, but at least I still decided eventually in the long run to just a month ago, I'm going to decide to heal these wounds and give my life back to Christ.
Okay. So one thing I would highly recommend is just being really rooted in the Bible. And then also learning how to study the Bible well. So what we call hermeneutical approach, like reading it in context and understanding it and studying it in context. I say that predominantly because, especially because of your background, because so many people took so many liberties with the biblical text and just said whatever they said, like manipulated the text essentially.
Right.
And so you might want to kind of overdo it on the hermeneutical front, I would say, where it's just like you don't allow anybody to do that, right? This is an interesting question. Carl is asking, what Bible translation do they use?
Either I think King James or I think NIV.
Okay. Yeah, Carl, I wouldn't think that the translation would matter as much in this conversation, because it's more connected to the way the text is interpreted and used, or how the Holy Spirit would use that text in any given context. I'm just speaking from their kind of perspective.
Yeah. And plus the pastor considers himself like a prophet. So he just interprets it whatever way he wants to. So I don't think
he gets revelations. Does the pastor get revelations on any given text? Is that the way it goes?
Yeah.
Yeah, because at that point, you can't really even argue points.
No, the translation wouldn't matter.
Yeah. Let's see. Aura says, Arthur, I went to a small Pentecostal church for about a year. Although the pastor was a very, very good man. I think I know who you're talking about. He taught us, he was taught to hold and cherish and never let go of your pastor's teaching. He taught us, okay, yeah. Look, Paul, the Bereans do the proper thing with Paul, right? So Paul says these individuals in Berea are very commendable in the book of Acts, in that even when Paul is preaching and teaching them, they are comparing to what his teaching is with what scripture says.
Right.
That's the best thing you can do. I do that every single Sunday when I listen to a sermon, even though my pastor is one of my very good friends. I critically analyze his sermons.
What kind of church do you go to? What kind of church do you go to?
It's a non-denominational church.
Okay.
And we're pretty diverse theologically. So like my pastor is a Reformed Calvinist.
Okay.
And I'm not. I'm Wesleyan Arminian, and I tend to be more Pentecostal in my. Probably shouldn't say Pentecostal because those meanings are changing. Continuationist. Yeah. So I think the gifts of the Spirit are still active.
The continuationist spirit.
Yeah, I speak in tongues. So it's like, and he's very skeptical and kind of questions and cautious when it comes to that stuff. And so we have conversations about that. And then we disagree with our Bible studies. The guy that co-leads with me, he's Reformed. So one of the things that comes into the church context for me that's very important, and this is just a personal preference, is that I want to know how different Christians who fall in line of general Christian circles look at certain texts differently. So last week we were dealing from a passage that I was teaching from out of 1 Timothy, where there's multiple opinions on the passage. And one of the things that I try to do is bring out the view that is least held in the group in order for people to know what the counter arguments are.
Right.
And then have that sort of a dialogue. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would consider myself like continuationist as well, just because of like, I think Paul said that like the gifts would continue, right? Until
I just don't think there's scripture that teaches that they've ceased, is what I would say.
Yeah,
I think the normal reading of scripture is that
the end, right?
Yep. They're still around. But I do disagree with the way that quite a bit of churches practice these things. So
you mean like publicly?
Yeah.
In the presence of unbelievers?
So I'm not just talking about tongues. I'm just like generally speaking about practice and then the way we hold church. There are a lot of churches I would look at and say, I don't think that's a biblical way, or maybe that thing is specifically for Christians. You shouldn't be doing it. I've seen quite a bit of abuse when it comes to these things. And when I say abuse, I mean improper use of it that could potentially be very harmful to people. So I went to a Pentecostal Bible college and regularly had people telling me that they were forced into corners, spiritually speaking, where they had to like make up they were speaking in tongues.
Oh, because they were people like surrounding them and like they wouldn't
like telling them they can't leave until they speak in tongues.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I had a classmate who spoke Spanish, and she said that that she just started talking Spanish really, really fast.
That's hilarious.
And so you kind of look at that and you go, you never want to put someone in a situation where that's the case. And, people get all excited and all that stuff. So
yeah.
Okay, Juanita, thank you. I think there's a couple of more people, but I will just make sure you email me, please.
Okay, I will.
Okay, thank you. Blessings. Mm-hmm. Okay, just a note, everybody, if you're calling in and somebody's already on live, just hang on and then call in after that's done, okay? People making fun of me here. Isn't that interesting? Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Arthur, because I came out of our old church, I knew quite a bit and dissented mostly in a loving way. This was not taken well. He did tell me this in a loving way, to be clear. Yeah, the thing is that because then, from their view, you are questioning the spiritual authority, but we are to question spiritual authority, is what I would say. Now, there's a difference between questioning spiritual authority and then just being rebellious towards it. And my experience has been the people who think you're rebelling against it once you question it is people who aren't very sure of their views and can't defend it very well. So it's a defensive manipulation, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And by the way, that I know the guy that you're talking about, and he is a very, very nice guy. But it's nonetheless, I think, problematic. I am not United Methodist. Stop making stuff up, man. Y'all are spreading false information about me. And you might seriously want to consider some of the doctrines in Orthodoxy. Oh, man, you guys are horrible. Jim Jones. Jim Jones probably was a very big master manipulator. Jim Jones was a very, very charismatic guy. Imagine what a wreck. Sorry, I'm confused here what you're trying to say. Imagine what a wreck Ask Church would be if pastors and elders were Calvinists and United Methodists. I think there's a misspelling there somewhere. Vicente, what's up? It is clear to me that we should praise God in spirit and in truth. Amen. My question to you is, how important is church liturgy? Is there liturgy that is considered improper? If the liturgy is unbiblical, then it would be improper. For me, if it's biblical, meaning that the doctrines taught within the liturgy could be high church, low church, right? If you guys know those distinctions, high church meaning very traditional, or low church meaning very non-traditional. I don't think so. I think we have quite a bit of freedom in regards to the way we do liturgy. Okay. So it would only be improper if it is unbiblical or anti-biblical. Unbiblical, why do I say these words and why do I qualify them the way I do? Let me just explain. Unbiblical, okay, would be things that people think should be in there, but the Bible doesn't have in there. I know this is not the way people use these terms. It's just the way I'm using it. So hang on with me. Hang in there with me. So unbiblical would be, you must, let's just say, the pastor or something must walk in with a cross in their hand. I would say that's unbiblical. Okay. Anti-biblical would be, say, there's a doctrinal error clearly against biblical teaching. Okay. So it's against the teaching. So like oneness Pentecostalism, I would say that's anti-biblical. Where unbiblical would be everybody needs to do extra, like everybody's got to wear a suit to church. Where I'd say, not necessarily, right? So I hope you got that distinction that I'm making. The American Cuban, I think, was calling in, and then he stopped. Sorry, man. I was on a call. But you can call in right now. Hey, don't fall victim to how British people want us to spell stuff, man. We got rid of British rule a long time ago. Don't give in to that. Can't tell us how to spell stuff. I don't know why you atheists refer to these things in such violent terms. Oh, that guy was on Twitch. That guy was on Twitch. He can call in too. Hey guys, we have 24 people watching this, and only 21 people have hit the like button. So do me a favor. Take this time to just hit the like button. Is Jim Jones the Chuck Norris of heresies? I don't even know what that connection is. How's he the Chuck Norris of heresies? Yeah, well, we got to put up with reading the way they spell stuff quite a bit. I didn't challenge anyone. I told the guy he had a lot of questions, and I said it'd be better if you called in rather than I'm answering and you're typing in. It's not a challenge, man. You guys always want to fight. Like, seriously. I've been during, like, I've gone through those phases in my life, man, where I was on constantly and always wanted to fight. Like, I'm too old for that now. some reason in your mind, it reminded you of Chuck Norris. That's okay. That's okay. By the way, for those who are new and don't know, hey, go ahead, hit that subscribe button. We'd appreciate it. But also, the link that is pinned there is the way that you can call in right now and have a conversation, ask questions. It's just open. Like, even if it's just we're just going through back and forth questions, you're like, I don't feel like typing all that stuff. More than welcome to come in and ask the questions and have that kind of a conversation. So that's that. I should say, if you are interested in supporting the work that we are doing, you can support us on Patreon. You can go to patreon.com/Apologia Center. The links are all in the description box, how you could support the ministry. And this ministry is like far wider, by the way. It's not just YouTube stuff. It is not just YouTube stuff. I have a team in Armenia, and then so far me here, surrounded by quite a bit of people who volunteer and help me out in various ways. So, but yeah, if you want to financially support the work that we're doing, you're being blessed by what we're doing, you can go to patreon.com/Apologia Center, or you can donate via Venmo and the website, Zelle, whatever options that there are out there that you can support us by. And if you have any questions specifically, just email me at info@apologiacenter.com. Here we go. Now we're going to get into Chuck Norris jokes. By the way, I have read that entire Chuck Norris website back in the day with some friends. Every single page. We went through it and we read it. As a matter of fact, we have a friend who submitted, I think, 1 or 2 Chuck Norris jokes and got approved. I want to go back to a comment that was made. I think Sapere Aude said something and Arnold responded. So I think Arnold probably did a good enough job responding. But maybe I can comment on it a little bit. He said, what's wrong with that? I think this had to do with specifically these church leaders teaching things a certain way. They're the elders and they have authority over women, especially. The Bible never says they have authority over women, especially. Elders in the church have authority over everyone. They're responsible before God in regards to their teaching. It's not like they have more authority over women. I don't know where you're getting that idea from, but it's not there. Okay? Even for someone like me, that's a complementarian, I believe in male headship in the church. I don't think there's an aspect of like even especially over women like this. I don't get that. Arnold said, the scripture does define what authority looks like within the church, correct? It also condemns the type of authority that lords over people instead of serving people. Also, the elders are subject to the scriptures. So, if the elders are misteaching things in the church and misinterpreting and misapplying and abusing their power, then they're subject to the scriptures. They cannot, nobody can, by the way, just use the Bible however they want to use it. This is why we believe in a proper interpretation and hermeneutics and all of that. I don't think that needs to necessarily be mentioned, but for some it might need to be, that somebody can't just get up there and say, oh, the Bible says this, and then somebody else says, no, it doesn't, because you're misquoting or misusing it. And they go, don't tell me what to say. I'm an elder in the church. That is nowhere to be found, biblically speaking. The Nephilim were descendants of Chuck Norris. That's a good one. Today, Corey Miner gave your channel a good review. Oh, really? I didn't know Corey watches my channel. That's cool, man. Hey, I'm going to go check that out right now. Corey, if you're watching this, thank you very much, man. I watch your stuff. And yeah, I mean, even that's another thing. Like theologically, Corey tends to be on a different side than I do. But I learned so much from him. He does such a good job. And so I appreciate it, man. That, as you can tell, puts a smile on my face. Thank you. I want to know what the context here is. That did somebody ask about my channel? I'm so curious now. I'm going to go snoop around. Is Christian YouTube really Christian? Let's see. Man, I got it. What minute? David, do you know? It's still processing this. I like what Corey's doing here. I think he went into his analytics. Corey went into his analytics, and he's looking at who follows him and what those people pay attention to. That's hilarious. I should do that. That's cool. Okay, Ruslan's there. Um, isn't it true that elders have a sort of authority that women can't have? Um, no, elders have a sort of authority that men can't have either because they're elders. Like your average man in the church is not an elder. So the elder has more authority, positionally speaking. It's like saying, isn't it true that the president like has more authority than women by nature of the power? Now, I think what you're trying to say is that women can't be elders. And I would agree with that. I would agree that women cannot be elders. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Doug from Pine Creek. What's up, Doug? How you doing?
Hey, I saw you were live, and you came on my show once, and I thought I would return the favor.
I appreciate it. Not only that, but I think we have a number of folks from your stream that and have ended up on my stream pretty regularly. Great guys.
Really?
Oh yeah. And
well,
with the exception of Jerome. Jerome's a weird British guy, so we'll forgive him for that. So
I was just gonna say most of the people who watch my show are pretty good, except for Jerome.
Man, so he gets. Sorry, Jerome. It's only because you're British, man.
Yeah, like those British people, they colonized half the world and oppressed them and all that stuff. So
let's just go. Let's just go on them. And they were trying to be nice to them by properly spelling things. Doug, can I ask you some questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
But they're not necessarily going to be of a religious sort.
Okay,
because I've heard this, and it's just cool for me. Can you tell us like what your stances are politically?
Sure. I lean right, which means I call myself conservative, but that can mean different things to different people. I basically believe in personal responsibility, individuals, family, communities, and then going outwards first. That's where responsibility and accountability lies. Government is, bottom of the list. I'm for smaller government rather than bigger government, but I do think that there needs to be some type of help that the government can do. I'm mostly against abortion, but I think, like I would say, abortion should be illegal in most cases. I'm for closed borders. I'm an immigrant to the United States, so
You are?
Yeah, I'm
From?
Canadian. Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ran away south.
Yeah, I couldn't skate, so they kicked me out of the country.
So how old were you when?
26. I lived 26 years in Canada and 26 years in the United States. So
Wow.
I'm 52 now. Yeah.
You know, it's so funny. When I was I was going to community college at the time, and we had this professor who was Canadian, and she always spoke about how awesome Canada was. My Armenian coming in. How awesome Canada was, and how they had healthcare for everyone, all this stuff. Like she would constantly like speak about this. And one day I just couldn't take it. I just said, "It's like, but why are you here and working here? Like, why are you not in Canada?"
That's a strong argument. Yeah, why did you leave Canada? I wouldn't say that. Like I still love Canada and I think it's a great country, but I don't think I think United States is far better. I think even the healthcare is better. At least for me personally, it is. My dad has had health problems and he's gone to Grand Forks, North Dakota. He's in Manitoba to get service quicker and better.
Are the waiting lines? Is it true? Kind of the waiting lines in Canada and the way they
definitely.
are?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So what you're saying is socialism doesn't always like care for the.
Yeah, in principle, it's a great idea, but it practically, like a lot of Canadians hope, I think, that the United States never goes to universal healthcare because they want that option of private care. Some provinces allow private medical clinics, but most don't. So if they want a surgery done fast and they have money, they can come to the United States. So they love that.
Do a lot of people do that? That would be an interesting kind of.
And you can go to other countries too, like Mexico or even Europe. You can get procedures done probably faster than Canada.
And sometimes, well, even the United States, sometimes even cheaper. All right, like so. I know there's these funny memes about coming back from Turkey. Have you seen these?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, you got to look it up. So it's like on the plane coming back from Turkey, and it's like a bunch of bald heads that are like wrapped because everybody went to get hair transplants. So quite a bit of people go to Turkey and get hair transplants because they do it well, I guess, because of, from what I've heard, because of the way the law is. So in America, in order for the doctor to implant the individual hair on your head, you need to be like a surgeon. Where in Turkey, you don't have to be. Like you can be one surgeon and a bunch of people helping, like nurses. So
but you can't be
more.
You can't be a tire salesman.
No. Correct. Yes. Let's hope not. But no, they can have a lot more assistance with them, which is sort of like, it makes sense that you can have one person govern. But so I guess I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I'm not very convinced over the reason. So a lot of people think that the hair transplants they get in Turkey is kind of holds better because they get to implant more on your head or whatever like that.
Yeah, like I'm in Arizona right now, and
okay.
A lot of people go to Mexico for dental and eye health exams and that sort of thing because it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah. So,
And I think the reason why healthcare is so expensive in the United States is because we do more here. Like, if you have a problem, there's more testing done to rule certain things out, which other countries don't do.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
I do think there is there might potentially be an issue with kind of pharmaceutical monopolies and the way they kind of upcharge stuff. I'm not very sure how that could be mitigated and regulated. I think it is a problem. I just don't know how to fix it. It's much easier saying what the problem is.
Yeah, when it comes to drugs, like my kids are both test tube babies, and so my wife needed a lot of drugs, and we went into Mexico to buy them.
Huh.
So one solution is go to other countries to buy your drugs.
Well, yeah, that's if you have the opportunity, I guess.
Well, if even if you're in the United States, like if you're spending, let's say, I think we spent $5,000 on drugs. And if we would have bought them all in the US, it would have been closer to 10. So for $5,000, you can do a lot of traveling. Could even make a vacation out of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So again, I know people who've gone, I know a lot of people who've gone to Armenia, who've gotten their noses fixed, and it was cheaper for them to fly there, vacation there for like a month, do the operation, come back, than it would have been for them to get it here.
Yeah.
Hey, interesting. You said so. You spoke about abortion, and then you mentioned. So, you said test tube babies? How old are they?
Oh, they're 20 and 17. So that was a long time ago.
Do you use this kind of a line to just mess with them?
Oh yeah, definitely. I let them know that unlike other parents, I actually paid for them. I mean, just to get them. So they owe me.
So you're like, I must love you guys.
Yeah, they're my property. They're my slaves.
So would this have been, because this is a while ago.
I was a Christian when it happened.
So you did IVF as a Christian?
Yes, and now I tell you, there was a lot of issues involved there. My parents were against it initially. I think most of our family was against it initially because of the stigma. This is God's world. This is God's realm. Don't mess with it.
So, okay, so that's interesting. That wouldn't have been my approach. I still have issues with IVF, by the way. It just, my approach is not necessarily this, don't mess with God's world. I have ethical concerns in regards to what happens to the other.
Oh yeah, we did too.
Children.
We did too, and we were very careful to tell the doctors to use all the fertilized eggs and to implant them all. So
you guys did implant all of them?
Yeah. Well, the first time with my daughter, but the second time the doctor didn't do our wishes, and it like listen to this. He took out I think 12, 14 eggs out of my wife, fertilized all of them. We told him not to do that. We told him only to fertilize 4, but he fertilized all of them, and then he played dumb. We almost sued the guy, but anyhow,
I would have.
And so we fertilized all of them, and so now imagine we're 2 Christians thinking, what are we going to do? Because we don't want potentially 12 kids. So we actually prayed for the natural death of these embryos. Like it's insane how it worked out, but it worked out for the best. And I don't know if the doctor was lying, but he said half of them died on their own. So our prayers were answered. And so we had 6, I think. And so we implanted 3 the first time, and it worked. We got 1, and then we planted the next 3, and none of them worked. So it worked out fine in the end. But yeah, it was very worrisome. It was terrible at the time.
Yeah, because one of the things I've seen in the church is a lot of pastors are not equipped to deal with these sorts of issues. They actually, I've seen horrendous kind of advice given by pastors. And I know you disagree now, obviously, but like putting yourself back in your shoes as a Christian, and then saying, hey, these are serious concerns, right? We think this is a human being. Here's what's going on. And one of them is that you could potentially, and some people have, end up like with 7-8 kids because embryos multiply, and or put yourself in a really bad situation where you got to make a decision, kind of like yours, but I would say even worse. It could be that, let's say they implant 3 of them and then they end up multiplying, and then now you're pregnant with 7-8 kids, and the doctor comes and says, look, human bodies are not made to produce a litter of children, and so we have to terminate, let's just say 3 of them. And then now you're like, oh man, I have to have an abortion on 3 of my kids. This is, I mean, at the very least, I would say people need to seriously think about these things. And again, I would say whether you're a Christian or not, like these are gonna impact you somehow.
Well, this is why this is kind of why I gave a wishy-washy answer about abortion. Like I'm mostly against it, but IVF is a clear-cut case, in my opinion, where I think even as a Christian, you would have to admit it's bad, but it's not that bad to throw embryos down a sink. Like I would never have said that as a Christian, but now as an atheist, it's like there's no brain, there's definitely no heart, there's no nervous system. Basically, the only argument one could make is it's still a soul created in the image of God, but you have no relationship at all with this embryo. It's not like kicking in your uterus. So you can call it a sin and bad, but out of all the sins out there in the world, it's probably right near the bottom.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
I don't know whether I would categorize it like that. So for me, because Christian history has had different views in regards to like installment. So some people have talked about the rational man or the animal man, and then the installment happens at a certain process or a certain time period. I mean, Catholic theology actually holds to this. But I would actually come at it from a bit of a different side in regards to the humanity, and then also like society and the way some of these things impact society at large, and our value of people, like the way we view people in society. Like I just have a really hard time with IVF, and I have friends, by the way, who've done IVF. It's not. I have Christian and non-Christian friends who've done IVF. I would say if you're going to get into something like that, they should do what you guys did beforehand, is make the decision to implant all of them. I'll give you a horrendous situation right now, by the way, of a family I know. Or just implant them one, like say we're just going to fertilize 3 and we're implanting them one at a time. Or just do artificial insemination, which is different than IVF.
Yeah, we tried. It's not as effective as IVF.
Correct. You're right.
Way more effective.
It is not as effective. Correct. But at least I would say let that be your first option. But it seems to me that you guys are very consistent with your Christian views in the way you approach this. I'm not surprised that you were, but that's commendable, is what I'm trying to say.
I look back though, and like the pain and suffering that my wife went through because of our Christian beliefs, I think were unwarranted. Like it's not like, why would you say it's bad to terminate an embryo? Let's say 6-day-old blastocyst. Like you mentioned that what it might mean for society. Like, are you saying that it might devalue human life in general?
Yes, I would say that, and I actually do believe that. I think we have a very low view of human life in our society.
Yeah. See, I think out of all the things that can devalue life in society, like this would be not that bad. Like we lock people up for life in jails.
Correct.
And even if they've done horrendous crimes, we torture them back, basically. And we're not doing this with the embryo. There's that zero pain, and if you're in the Christian worldview, they end up being relocated to heaven. There's zero chance that they'll leave the faith, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of assumptions that are going into there that I wouldn't be.
Or you don't think they go to heaven?
No, not necessarily. What I'm saying is that there's an assumption there. Even when it comes to the soul and all that stuff, quite a bit of this stuff is like philosophical reflections, right? I mean, yeah, you can biblically justify it in some ways, image of God, but I don't think that they're as strong. And again, we're talking extremely early stages of pregnancy rather than 20-week-old pregnancy, or even look. So with our first child, we were able to hear a heartbeat at 5 weeks. Okay, so yeah, there's no kicking, there's no X, Y, and Z, but you got a heartbeat at 5 weeks.
Right, but we're talking embryos here. Like, and
correct.
when I asked you about your reason why you thought it was wrong, you notice you didn't say anything to do with God. It was the practical implications to society. Like, if it were true that it had zero negative effects on society, which I know you don't believe that, but let's say that were true, would you say then it's okay?
No, not necessarily. It's because so it's still, my view still coming from a Christian worldview in the sense of, like, as responsible citizens and individuals that are within a society, we care. It's sort of like loving our neighbors as ourselves, so that there's a external responsibility for society I have. And we get to have the privilege, I think, in the United States to actively participate and have a voice in some of that, where, plenty of history and throughout history and people, even nowadays, many countries don't have that privilege to be involved in that. And so that's what I'm saying is what.
But you would say it's a sin, right?
Yeah, I would say it's a sin. Yeah. Yeah, I would say it is the taking of an innocent life. And I don't think we should do that or put ourselves in positions where we have to do that. So I'll give you an example. This is a couple who were not Christians that I know, who went through and did IVF. Okay, so they implanted, I think, I'm not sure how many, but they ended up getting 2 kids from this one pregnancy. And then the wife ended up becoming a Christian. The husband is like, whatever, right? The wife now wants to have the other children because this bothers her conscience. She didn't think it fully through when she did it initially. And the husband's like, no. Now, even like beyond, like if we put this outside of Christian kind of stuff, there's conscience issues that come to the surface, and you want to be able to make decisions that are consistent with your worldview and thinking. My issue mainly with the medical industry and IVF industry is that the doctors don't care at all about any of these questions. As you said, like, you were like, hey, we told this guy, here's what we want, here's what we don't want. And he essentially didn't care to listen to you, because probably what he's thinking is, well, in my experience, fertilization looks like this, and we're going to maximize the chances by fertilizing more. That's probably what he's thinking. He's really not coming at it from, I would say, an ethical perspective. And neither do I think they're trained to look at it from an ethical perspective.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a few Christian IVF doctors out there, but
I'm sure there are, yeah.
They're probably, very rare. But in terms of like the practical implications, so if I re-entered the Christian worldview, by implanting, like if we would have implanted those embryos, we could have risked twins, triplets, complications with my wife. My wife could have died, like your worst case scenario. And the other implication or consequence of just throwing those extra embryos down the sink is what? Like, we don't risk all those bad things. The only thing that within the Christian worldview that I see is, like you said, it might devalue life in some aspect, but sure, we're sinning, but I know this sounds really rude, but so what? Like, God sad for a day and then we move on? Or it's not like your eternal salvation's at stake here, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that's not the way we ought to be thinking about any really ethical decisions. It's like, oh, so what? Right? Like that's not the way we do ethical reflections and moral reflections.
Right, but when we compare it to what all the bad things that could happen by implanting a bunch of embryos in a woman versus what the bad things that could happen by just putting the embryos down the sink, when
Well,
you compare those two things,
seems to me that that's sort of like a false dichotomy.
well,
Like
what other
you
options
have like
are
two
there?
options. Plant all of them and have like think about it beforehand and say something like, "Am I ready to have 3, 5, 8 kids?"
Yeah, and
Do
if
I
the
want
answer is
that?
no, like, let's say even like there's a lot of parents who
Then
can't afford those
yeah,
number of kids, like, and then so now
correct.
and the biggest predictor of divorce is financial stress in a marriage, and so you got all these things down the line the negative things that could come by implanting them, and if the choice is just to not implant them and have them just die, um, I don't see, even
Well,
from the Christian
there's a couple
worldview.
of other options. Not doing it in the
Oh
first
yeah,
place.
oh yeah, but I'm assuming
Yeah.
you've already done it. But I did think of a third option, that is you could adopt them.
So I know people who've adopted embryos.
Yeah,
Okay. So the issue is that not a lot of people do adopt embryos. There could be a lot more complications with that. It's just, again, I feel like because technology, just because we can do something via technology, doesn't mean we should do it. I think that's pretty commonsensical, right? And then I don't think we should just use pragmatism as a philosophical kind of like, well, it works. Like this just seems a lot better. It's like, well, I can come up with a lot of different options. It's like, hey, there's a country where there's a lot of poverty, and so I'm sure some politicians think like this. That's a country. There's a lot of poverty in that country. People aren't able to take care of themselves. Let's just bomb into the ground and take over it. We'll take care of them better than they take care of themselves. It's like, but that doesn't
yeah.
mean you should.
But like when we're thinking of things ethically, like if it, like I barely know you, but we've talked a couple times. If it was a choice between extinguishing your life and an embryo in the clinic right now, it's a no-brainer for me. The embryo would be gone because I know you're a father, right? You have people dependent on you. You're you have the full nervous system working and all that. You
Correct.
feel pain. People would miss you if you left. I would feel zero remorse if given that ethical dilemma to I would throw 1,000 embryos down the sink before I would see you killed, and I barely know you.
Yeah. So I think it's usually with ethical reflection. See, what you did is you gave a backstory, right? It's like, it's like, but what if I had like terminal cancer and I was going to die in 2 weeks? That changes the entire conversation.
Actually, I would still choose you.
Really?
Yeah, not to
Over that
kill,
2
but
weeks?
yeah, I would.
Yeah. Not sure I would.
In fact, I would dare say that if Christians were honest with themselves, if they had a pet dog for 6 years who they really love, they would choose their dog before the embryo.
Yeah. Why? Why would you say that?
Because you have a relationship with the dog. You love the dog. You
The
have no relationship with the embryo.
Yeah, but relationships don't determine value.
What does?
Well, again, I think your worldview matters here. And what I'm saying is, as a Christian, relationships don't determine value. Something other than that does. Now, I think in regards to human beings, I think image of God would determine value. This is why it's wrong to, if somebody is severely handicapped mentally, it would be wrong for you to put them out of their misery.
Yeah. Well,
because
yeah,
they have value.
I agree. From the Christian perspective, it's still about relationship, but it's a relationship with God. So I think from the Christian worldview, the best reason to say it's
Okay,
wrong.
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say the best reason to say it's wrong to throw the embryos down the sink is because God doesn't like it. I think that's the only and best reason you can give.
No, I don't think it's necessarily that God doesn't like it.
Or that it's a sin. It goes against his nature, or that,
Yeah, but so I think those are like very different kind of categories when you say God doesn't like something, versus
it's a sin. It's a sin.
it's
That's what I mean.
wrong, because God would be the sort of being, let's just say, if God were to exist, that would know what the right or correct action is in a given situation. Right. So the difference I would put, by the way, is, say, like in the Old Testament, we get stuff that God doesn't like, and there's like, say, ceremonial commands in the Old Testament and stuff like that New Testament folks don't keep. I wouldn't say those are moral categories.
Okay, well,
Right?
forget I said
And
the like it part.
yeah,
Just that it's sin. Like, that's, wouldn't you say that's the
it's
main
wrong,
reason?
but I don't think we don't, or we shouldn't. That's even a moral pronouncement. But we should not make this moral decisions based on how we would feel about it, based on kind of what the potential in a situation could be. I'm generalizing here. Maybe there are some exceptions to those things. I think in politics, we might be able to use certain forms of utilitarianism or something like that to make decisions because it's the best we can do.
Right, but the fact that you even think it's a moral decision is because of God.
Um,
Like, one could say that a person who's not in your worldview could say it's no more wrong to throw an embryo down the sink than to, take a cheek cell out and squash it on my desk.
Correct. I understand why they would said that. Yeah, and I would say you're saying that because of your worldview, and I value human
Yeah,
beings a lot more
right.
than you do. Yeah. So
No. Hang on. It's not that you value human beings more than I do. It's the definition of human being.
That's
It's
fine.
like there's human DNA in an embryo, of course, but it has no personality yet. It has potential for it. So the
Sure.
value is not zero, but I would say,
Yeah, and what I would say is that the spit you took out of your cheek has none of that. It doesn't have potential.
right, exactly. Yeah, that's the main difference, and I grant that. But I think when you weigh, these moral dilemmas of potential life risking of the mother, like, if you flip it, instead of, extinguishing an embryo, you think about all the premature babies that are born and how, because of technology, we can keep them alive even at,
Correct.
3 months, first trimester.
Mm-hmm.
Premature baby can now survive. 50 years ago, no, it'd be dead.
Correct.
Definitely 100 years ago. Now, is that a moral decision? And who are we to play God by keeping them alive?
Well, I would say that your moral responsibility to love your neighbor, let's just say, would be that you do, if you have the ability to, you do whatever you can to save and help rather than not.
But there are exceptions to that, right? Like capital punishment, like just wars.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but right, like even in a situation where, say, doctors have to rush in there and save the life of the mother or the child, a lot of people, oh, this is an abortion. Say, well, no, not necessarily. I mean, that's because quite a bit of people haven't done their ethical research to think about, say, like the doctrine of double effect that Aquinas comes up with to at least help. I don't know whether I would say solve this situation, but to help. It's like you're going in there to save a life. You're not going in there to do damage, to hurt, right? Situations like that are very different than one in which people make decisions and then they get stuck with their decisions. And then now they're kind of forced to do these, what I would consider bad or wrong or sinful decisions. But it like led up there. So again, this is why I immediately spoke about the social kind of impacts of this, because we are such a society where we are so given into pragmatism. We're so given into kind of having whatever it is that we want. Maybe that's the privilege of living in the West, where we don't really think about these things. We don't think about adoption, for example. And we get ourselves into trouble just because we have the technology to do something. On this issue, like I can see myself being for IVF. If it's done within a certain ethical kind of understanding, and even especially for me, when people go into it, like they need to be informed of what's going to be happening here, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people aren't. They just aren't. Like that's the reality of it. They don't know that it could be dangerous to the woman. And they might potentially face a decision where it's like, well, my wife could die, right? I'm Christian or non-Christian, right? Like my wife could die, or we have the choice to kill 2 or 3 of these developing humans in my wife. Let's just say that's like, depending on when the division and splitting and all that stuff happens, like it could be 15 weeks in. Like you got to make a decision.
Yeah, I agree. You got to be informed of all the possible risks and so forth. But just to let you know, like in my worldview, I do not value humans equally.
In what sense?
That they're not worth, humans are not worth the same to me. So for example, like an embryo, you're worth more than an embryo.
Mm-hmm.
A serial killer is worth less than you.
And your son's worth more than me.
And my son is worth more than you.
Yeah.
Like, and I think very few people are willing to admit this, but we all have this value system in our head. No matter what our worldview is, we will protect our own family before other families. And we value people differently. Pedophiles we put at the bottom of the list. You know, we're okay if we see a pedophile die in jail, and so the value from now shifting back to my worldview, value comes not from God, because I don't believe a God exists. It comes from humans. And even if you disagree with that, well, I know you do, the enforcement of these human rights or values, it almost entirely comes from humans, like the enforcing of it. Like, let's say God himself said, IVF is wrong. It's sinful. Don't even do it, even under, the right circumstances that you had said. Just don't do it. But God acts in the way he has acted in the last 100 years in the United States, and he's hands off. It's up to humans to make the laws, enforce the laws. Like, God's not going to come down and take the hand off the IVF doctor from inserting the embryos. Like, no, God's hands off, right? So it's still up to humans to enforce these values or rights, and I'd say they actually come from humans.
I get that. I get that you would say that, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree that they don't come from humans. I think quite a bit of our rationalities or whatever like that, they come from us. That doesn't mean we're not going to be we're not responsible for them, or we shouldn't be responsible for them. And I would even put it into 2 categories of responsibility: to your fellow human and to God. Now, I get that atheists obviously don't believe in God, but nonetheless, there's a responsibility to their fellow humans in regards to enforcing anything. I don't know whether, by the way, I would say that there is a difference in worth of people of that, the examples you gave. What I would say is maybe there's a difference in the responsibility I have towards them, but not their worth. Like, their ontological worth is not different.
Yeah, and that's because you define ontological worth as being created in the image of God, right? And so
in the case of humans,
yeah, so it's not a matter of what they do or their contributions to society. It's more so just the fact that they're a human being. And I'd say no. I'd say there's some German shepherds worth more than some humans. Like a German shepherd that is trained to go into a burning house and drag out a child who might die from smoke is worth more than a pedophile to me. Case closed, hands down. It's not even close.
Yeah.
And I think if a lot of Christians were listening right now and honest with themselves, they would agree. They'd say, I hope that German shepherd lives, and I hope the pedophile dies.
Yeah, I wouldn't, but I whether they would be okay with that or not, I think is different whether they're being consistent with their worldview.
Right. I agree with that. But I'm saying being consistent in your worldview in that case is bad.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you okay if other people call in?
And me leave?
No, at the same time.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay, because I don't want to like put you into situations. So generally speaking, I would say anybody who's going to call in and you're going to have a discussion with us, you got to be respectful. Because notice Doug and I like disagree on quite a bit of stuff, and this has been very pleasant. And I'm sure there's a lot of stuff we agree on. I mean, he mentioned this politics, and I was like, "Amen,
Yeah.
amen, Doug." So,
And the thing is, you're a rare. You're one of the few Christians out there who's doing a call-in show where all you have to do is click a link and go in. Do you realize that? How rare that is?
I didn't. I just
No,
thought people do this.
I watch a lot of Christian content, and there's call-in shows where you have to use your phone, but you know people don't feel
Yeah,
comfortable.
who does that nowadays?
Yeah. You are one of the few Christian apologists or Christians out there who actually allow just any non-Christian to call in.
Well,
I commend you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do my best. Not that I mean, it does put, by the way, sometimes that puts you, as you would know, you get people calling in that are like, just, you don't know what to do.
I'm a crazy magnet sometimes.
I can't say that I am, but we've had people call in where they were just like off the wall kind of stuff. And I was like, oh man, how do I do this without being a jerk? I have a friend who works with big YouTubers and stuff, and she asked me, "Have you started getting all the weird emails?" So she's like, "That's kind of what you know. It's getting crazy."
Yeah, it's probably harder for you to do a show like this because you're probably more polite than I am. Like I have no problem if someone comes in and starts ranting about something off topic. I'm okay with just saying, you know, just being very direct and either come back to topic or you're out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I could be direct. It's just I can't go beyond. You know, I can't cuss them out or something like that. I don't function like that.
You're less likely to call someone crazy than me.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Yeah.
David, can you hear us? Okay, David's called in a couple of times, and it seems like he might be having a hard time connecting. So get better internet, or get off your Wi-Fi or something. I didn't mean it like that. Currently.
See, no, you need to say, David, be smarter, David. If you don't know how to call into a show like this, something's wrong with you.
Oh man, yeah, I wouldn't. I think there's been quite a bit of comments, I guess, that have been made. Keanu said, "I suspect when Arthur hits 20K subs, he'll stop the call-ins." I wouldn't, Keanu. I really wouldn't. What I would want to do is probably come up with a filtering system. And that's like when I have access to people that are like Doug, you can always pick their minds and ask them, hey, how do you do it? You know, do you have a filtering system, or do people have to, like I look at Mike Winger and it's like they submit questions essentially, and he has different categories when people submit questions. Maybe that's the way he filters it, where he's not just like, I don't know who this random guy is that's calling, and he just turns it on. A couple of weeks ago,
I would predict Mike Winger would never do what you're doing here.
Yeah, maybe. And but by the way, it's on personality as well. I've met Mike. He's just super gracious, nice guy. One of the things that I've done over the years is do a lot of, I guess, public. I used to do a lot of street preaching. So the confrontation and the sort of kind of craziness you see on the streets, I'm okay with it. My personality is also, I also just get into random arguments with family members and friends like all the time. So I'm okay with that kind of a confrontation, where some might not be. That's okay. That's a personality. So yeah. David, what's up?
Hey guys, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yep. Yeah, I can.
I'm sorry. It's a bad visual. I'm not really prepared to call in, but I just found this very fascinating. I love being able to dialogue and talk to like people that might have an opposing view, but could actually talk and not like what you were kind of describing before, is this kind of name calling or like, you know, just like trashing somebody, whatever. But I just found the conversation really good, and good that I can just call in and speak to both of you at the same time.
Thanks, David. I appreciate it, man. I'm
So
sure Doug does too.
I really can tell I don't like David.
so Doug, I would be like an Arthur that I would be I'm like the nice guy, wouldn't just start like bashing you, nothing like that. But I did find it fascinating. I would say that the Christian worldview and now your worldview they differ in that like when you say something's bad, but then you say it's like, but it's not that bad. Like for the worldview, the biblical worldview would not give a provision for something not being like that bad. It would be like more like it has a greater consequence, but it would be like saying like, you know what, I stole like whatever, I stole something from the store as opposed to robbing the bank. It's like, well, robbing the store, it's not
Yeah,
that bad.
I
Robbing
agree
the
with you,
bank is
David.
a lot worse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I meant by not that bad. Like the consequences are vastly different.
Okay, yeah, I missed that if you said that.
Yeah. So
But yeah, go ahead.
the risks of implanting 12 embryos into a woman, especially at the same time, far exceed, in my opinion, the consequences of that we discussed earlier about to society devaluing human life. To me, that risk is way lower than the risk of actually a woman dying.
Right, agree, but that would just come like to even start the conversation. Is it even right? Is it even, I guess, moral to even do it at all? And I guess that would be
Mm,
something that I would wrestle with, like Arthur would wrestle with. Should it even be done? Where your view is kind of like, well, if this happens, then what would be the greater consequence? And just kind of like justifying
Yeah.
certain things. I would, in my heart, I probably would. My convictions would be I probably wouldn't go that direction at all. And that probably would be my advice even for another Christian couple. I probably would say that, it's search your conviction, search your heart. But I'm a leader in the church. I would give my advice would be not to seek the heart of God, seek the will of God. And this would be definitely an area that that I wouldn't try to, touch or manipulate at all. It'd be something like, you know what, if we can't have a baby, then maybe it's within God's will that we don't. Maybe we adopt, maybe we do something else. But that would be kind of like my response to that.
Yeah, I understand, but like my wife and I, when we were Christians, my wife's still a Christian. We shed many tears over this. Like the suffering is real,
yeah.
and adoption is a good option, but it's not the same as having your own flesh and blood. And
Yeah.
the pain that many Christians experience who are infertile is real, and to just tell them just don't do it, you might even risk them leaving the church and leaving Christianity altogether. Like, because this is such a, whether you're a Christian or not, we have this proclivity to reproduce.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, look, we had a miscarriage last year. And it was I'm just purely speaking from my emotions. And it was by the way, very different from me emotionally compared to my wife. If people aren't sure about how that's different, then they need to go study human biology, or just observe a woman being pregnant and giving birth. But it's a very strange feeling. I agree with Doug that as human beings we are built for that. I wouldn't just say search God's heart or something like that, because I've seen people say they have and make really, really bad decisions. What I would say is, if you're going into a situation like this, know what you're getting yourself into. So in principle is what I'm saying. I'm not necessarily against IVF. I would be against it in the way we practice it. It's I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of frozen embryos we have sitting in freezers all across this country. I have a problem with that. Now, it's obvious why I have a problem with that. It's because I'm a Christian and my worldview allows me to have a problem with that. My advice would be, here's what's going to happen. Here's what doctors might tell you. Here's what they might not tell you. Here's what they might do. Here's what they might not do. So make sure all of these are covered. Okay. But don't do something like it's not, you're not shopping for a purse. Okay.
Mhm.
That's what I have an issue with. This is what I meant, by the way, earlier, Doug, when I said kind of the devaluing when it comes to our society, is that people view it like that. Because of our affluence, a lot of people view it, having children, like an accessory, like a commodity. So, hey, I'm going to go have my one kid. In the process of that, right, we brought into existence, in my view, 6 other human beings that are sitting in a freezer somewhere that'll probably get discarded, but you didn't even consider that going into it because all you wanted was your shiny new object. Let's just say, right, if I'm being a little kind of crude with the way I'm speaking about this, these are human beings. Even if you're uncomfortable with that, these are potential human beings, and you should go into it in a wise fashion, think about it very clearly, ask yourself the question whether I'm okay having 2, 3, 4 kids. Just multiply it and then do it like that.
My advice to Christians listening who are infertile is to get a contract, hire a lawyer to say that the doctor will only fertilize X number of eggs. That'll be videotaped, so you can see that he's not fertilizing more than necessary. And then if he breaks that contract, he will pay for all the fees to adopt these embryos out to other people who need him, pay all the expenses, and then punish him, $5 million on top of that. And then you
That's
safe.
Good advice. That's good advice. Hey guys, listen to Doug. I mean, look, listen to Doug on this. I should qualify. But that's because, Doug, you went through that. I mean, like the fact that I don't know how I would deal with a betrayal like that. Because some of these things are so central to my person and my worldview. It's like, hey, I sat down with you and face to face like a man, I told you, this is what I want you to do. And you violated that. And like, you're a doctor. Like, you're there to help the situation, not make it worse. Now you've put us in this pickle where we're suffering and struggling.
But get this, at the time, a part of us thought maybe this is God's will.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, look, I think that's a normal part of like the Christian worldview, where we might sit there and say, hey, this is a situation that happened. Maybe this is God's will.
Like maybe God wants us to have more kids.
It could be, yeah.
Can I say something in response to even what Doug was saying? So I agree with Doug, and even what you're saying, Archer. So it's not like one of these things where I advise, it's just like kind of this one meeting and this couple of this family wants to do this, and you just say, oh, search the heart of God. It's more of, if they're coming for advice, you're invested with this couple, you're walking it out with them, and I would be for this kind of thing if the consequences wouldn't be, and I guess the process of what you're saying is what I mean. If you try this, there's a possibility that you're going to have, let's say, 4 embryos and you have to terminate. Like that process, as opposed to it being, I guess, done right, for lack of a better word, where it's, you're walking this out rightly, and the advice Doug is giving is right on. So I'm agreeing with you 100%. That kind of praying into God's will and seeking the heart of God for it is more like, what has the couple done as a Christian couple? Have we exhausted our means? Are we praying about it? What are you doing? In other words, what are your options? Yeah. And this could be an option if done right. But to go that kind of route, to have to then face the choice of terminating, that's the conversation that gets, I guess, more difficult and more convicting.
So I think in a conversation like this, I'm at least talking about 2 different things. So I'm talking about like the moral categories, but I'm also talking about the long-term effects of people living with guilt and regret, and how that could damage them and hurt them. And maybe that's the pastoral aspect of me, as someone who's been in ministry for a number of years, is seeing people 10, 15, 20 years down the line saying, look, I put myself in a situation and I had to make this decision and I'm still suffering over that. This is partly about, like, this is why I'm approaching it and saying, make sure you got all your facts right before you go into a decision like this, because I don't want you 20 years down the line looking at your kids, let's just say, looking at your kids who have been born saying, but what about those kids that I had to abort in order for this? Like, we're not robots. That's the way generally we think and we process. I've seen situations in which I'll give you an example. This was horrendous, by the way. There was someone at our church, and she had some relatives whose child, very tragically, 2-year-old kid, got run over by a family member. Okay, kid ran in behind the car. Grandma was backing the car up, didn't see him, ran him over, and we were kind of asked to go to the hospital and visit the family. And I walked in. My kid was the same age, by the way. My son, my oldest, was the same age when this was happening. I walked into the hospital, and that just broke me. Like, seeing that kid on that bed like that, hooked up to all the machines and stuff like that. It broke me. I started crying. And the doctors were advising. So he's hooked up to all these machines that are doing breathing for him and keeping his heart going and stuff like that. So the doctors were advising, hey, let's turn the machines off. Let's see if his body continues doing this, because it looks to you guys that he's alive, but it could just be the machines doing all this work, right? In the physical sense. Now, when parents generally are given a choice like that, they're going to, because they let emotions kind of, ride these situations, and rightly so, understandably so, they're going to think, if we remove the machines and our kid dies, then we killed our child. And that they're going to live with a regret and so on and so forth. These are, by the way, these are also concerns that people should be thinking about when it comes to end-of-life stuff. Because we could keep someone on machines for a very, very long time. And so these are things that I had thought about when I was getting my master's degree. My ethics professor was Professor Scott Ray, who's an advisor in hospitals. So we would regularly speak about kind of ethical decisions we might have to do. And the parents were just saying no to the doctors. They're like, no, keep him on the machines, keep him on the machines. Now, in a pastoral situation, I didn't even get a chance to comment on the situation. But if I had, I would have said, turn the machines off, see if his physically can keep up with it. Now, what ended up happening is that his heart gave out when he was on the machines because he was just too small. The damage was too much. And this kid ended up passing away. But seeing the family go through something like that and have to make these decisions now that was completely beyond their control, and they were forced into it, was brought upon them. Where other individuals get into situations like this, and then they got to make those decisions. My concern is not just the theoretical ethical conversations. I'll have those conversations all day long. But practically how this stuff affects people for the rest of their lives. And I'm not also saying that everybody will have the same reaction. Some people might not even care about it. They're like, whatever. Like Doug was saying, it's like, whatever. Now, as an atheist, he's like, I don't care. That's fine. Like, I get that. There's people like that. Mm-hmm. But there's also people that aren't like that had an abortion 40 years ago, and they still have mental issues over that. Right, so the both are there. For me, I don't think we should make the decisions based on how you're just going to react and think about it later. But that is a real possibility that you should think about. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
Doug, I got a question. Would you align your kind of ethical views with Peter Singer's ethical views? Kind of the way you said, like the relational closeness, right? Like, you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I'm sort of familiar with what you're talking about with Peter Singer, but I would say value is based on what society places, not one particular individual, but society as a whole. So, not
your
believing
conclusion is the same as what I'm saying. Your assumptions aren't, because Peter Singer, I remember reading an article by him a while ago. I forget what it's called, but folks can look it up. Peter Singer is saying we have the same responsibility to all human beings, regardless of where they are. Like, so I have a responsibility, same responsibility over my mom that some like random person somewhere else in the country.
No, I disagree with that.
But his conclusion is, but I'm always going to choose to take care of my mom because I'm a hypocrite.
Huh.
Hey, David, we're getting some feedback. Maybe turn your speaker down.
I'm on a speakerphone, unfortunately.
Okay. I might.
Or mute
I
yourself.
can mute you. I can mute you when we're talking. That's
Yeah.
okay.
So he basically just admits he's a hypocrite, and then
Yeah, and he's just like,
on.
well, I don't do that. I don't think like that, but which is just weird to me that he would do that. He could start off his whole endeavor kind of where you are, and he wouldn't have an issue with the conclusion.
Yeah. I don't know why. Well, maybe he does it because he feels it sounds more, I don't know, lovey-dovey. I know that the way I speak sometimes turns people off, but it's honest. I do think that we value people. Society puts value on people, not a God. And whether we admit it or not, we value certain people more than others. And if we're honest with ourselves, we admit that.
So I would say you're not only, I think you're honest, but more than that, I think you're consistent with your worldview.
I hope to be.
Again, as a Christian looking in, let's just say, I would say a lot of atheists are not as consistent as you are. They wouldn't say the stuff that you're saying because they would be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's because they're young and they need the adulation and love of their peers.
What you're saying is that you're old and you just don't care about what
I don't care anymore. Yeah, I'm old.
Hang on, David, let me unmute you. Sorry. Go ahead.
So, Doug, I don't know if I missed this before, but what changed your kind of view when going from Christianity to atheism? I can mute myself too, Arthur. I'll do one.
Yeah, you basically want a short version of my deconversion story.
Your testimony. Testify, brother.
My testimony. Let's see. It started I think in my mid 30s, and I'm not exactly sure why. I think 9/11 played a part in it, like it did with so many other people, and the internet played a part, like so many people. And I really started to try as a Christian to understand, like what Arthur's doing here. You're trying to understand me and listen to me instead of just arguing back and forth. We can disagree, but to really understand each other. And I started doing that with, I had an atheist friend in university. I went to graduate school, so I was constantly meeting people from all over the world, trying to put myself in their shoes and saying, why don't they believe what I believe? And sort of like the outsider test for faith, I realized that the reasons I had for believing were very similar to the reasons other people had for believing. Of course, there's differences. You know, as a Christian, I'd say my historical evidence is way better than theirs or whatever. But ultimately, it was a matter of, do we believe the testimonies of these strangers 2,000 years ago or not? And I came to the conclusion that it is more likely that, let's say, the Gospels were mostly fiction than actually truth. Yeah, I think that's it in a nutshell. It wasn't because I was hurt in the church. It wasn't because of a tragic death or anything like that. It was just, and I think, being 35, I had a lot of sunk costs, and I was willing to say, okay, even if I had a view of, like, if I'm going to hell,
Sorry, what do you mean by sunk costs?
I'm willing to go to hell.
What do you mean by sunk costs?
My family, 35 years of being a Christian, there's a lot of sunk costs there. Investment. My wife's a Christian. My family's a Christian. All Christians. So it's like you have to be able to risk your wife crying herself to sleep at night. You have to risk your parents cutting you off, friendships. You have to risk all that. And I made a decision. Okay, I value truth so much, I'm willing to risk it all. And so then I heard the altar call, and I had a born again experience into atheism.
Wow. Yeah, Richard Dawkins was leading the service.
Wow.
That's so silly, by the way. There are some like fringe atheist groups that meet together on Sundays and stuff. And I'm just like, why do you meet Sundays? Like, pick like Tuesday, man. Like, have an atheist day or something. Like,
Oh,
just,
I went to
it's
church
so
on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays.
no, I know. I mean, I go to Bible studies and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's just funny to me. I was watching one of these atheist kind of things where they had a guitar and they were singing songs. I was like, why does it look like so much like come up with something yourself? I don't know. But Doug, I'm curious about your relationship with your wife. You say she's still a Christian.
Yes.
And if you don't want to share, by the way, just say shut up.
She's a better Christian than you, I tell. I
Maybe
mean,
so.
she's so
Praise God.
on fire for the Lord.
Praise God. That's great. I love it.
Well, can I say this too? I would say I would differ in him that he said that kind of valuing life. I have like the opposite feeling as a believer, and I turned 50 last year. I have a greater appreciation for people and more of a love, knowing God. I mean, I got saved at 12 years old, so it's been a long time. But the longer I'm walking with Christ, the more I'm valuing actually life, and I'm valuing life even. You know, I really try to impart this with people that even in the church, hold up people even higher than yourself. Kind of have this kind of standard in your life, and that kind of love and genuine love of Christ, I find it growing in me, and not going the other way. So I'm fascinated by the talk. I'm fascinated by your view. I'm fascinated with your story. I don't know. I mean, that's the short version of kind of what's happened with you, but something happened. I don't know if you became cynical. I don't know if just the world around you. And you said 9/11, that kind of put you in this place. But I'm fascinated by it. I love this conversation. But I would say for me, I have the opposite. I'm running to God with this kind of things that are happening around me. I'm going towards God. I'm valuing life more. I love him more. And this is coming from a place where even for myself, probably in the last year, I got this crazy undiagnosed illness. I'm a worship leader at church. Everything points to like, why is this happening to you? But I still don't deny Christ. He's sovereign. This is me, talking. This is my, Christian worldview. God is sovereign. He's still in control. And I do believe the claims of Jesus. I believe it. And that's kind of where I hold my faith.
Yeah, David, you said some interesting things there. Like, you said you love people even more now as a Christian, 50 years old. I would say though that Christianity teaches a bit of a us versus them mentality. You either walk in the light or you walk in the darkness. There is no in between. You're either a child of the King or you're under the power of the evil one in the world. And so I think in my opinion, it's easier for an atheist to see people in a loving way, because at least the religious camps, in groups, have been demolished. Like, I view the Christian the same way I view as a Muslim. I think you're both wrong, but I don't view you one worse or than other. Actually, I take that back. I view Muslims worse.
I was about to say.
Sorry. Well, no, the Muslims in other countries. In the United
Correct.
States, not so much. Yeah, because I have a lot of Muslim friends here in the United States. And
this is where, by the way, it's maybe a bit more fair to compare Islam to Christianity rather than Muslims and Christians, because either Christians can be inconsistent with Christianity, or Muslims can be inconsistent with it, right? Like, it's what these things are teaching. This is why partly I said you're consistent with your atheism. I actually think the stuff you're saying are extremely logical conclusions of atheism. This is why, number one, I like reading Nietzsche, because I think he's a phenomenal writer, and number two, I think he's the most consistent atheist I've read.
I've been compared to Nietzsche, even though I've never read him. Some philosopher guys told me.
Well, this is, when something is true, people can get to it, even if they're not getting it from one another. Sound like Socrates there. But the reality is that he says, hey, if this thing that we have here, which is God, Nietzsche says, if this thing we have is God, and we're going to take that God out, here's how that changes the whole worldview, the landscape, the conversation. And here's what the conclusions are. And again, what you've done is said, okay, here's God, that's out, and then I'm going to make sense of this whole world this way, and then concluded in very similar things to what his conclusions were, because I think that's where the logical consistency comes in. If I was an atheist, I'd agree with everything you just said.
Yeah.
Like, this is why I'm not sitting there arguing with you, trying to convince you to not believe or not hold to the stuff that you're holding to, because I can see how if I were to remove God from the picture, I would actually end up agreeing with your conclusions. It's consistent.
I want your both of your take on this. I think a big part of whether people believe or not is need. Like, even as a Christian, I didn't really feel I wanted to go to heaven. In fact, the idea of living forever was kind of scary. So I never really had this desire to live forever in heaven. So that need wasn't huge. In my mid-30s and even today, I don't need to pray to God to pay my electric bill. I don't need God to really do anything for me. Maybe I'll get stage 4 terminal cancer tomorrow and then I'll need God. But as of today, there's no need in me. And so when you strip yourself of the need, like, I don't even feel the need for my sins to be forgiven. Like, because I don't believe in sin. I believe people make mistakes, and they do good things and they do bad things. We're basically like chimpanzees who can care for their young and also kill their young. And so maybe that's it. Maybe it's just, and it's biblical too. Like it says in the scriptures, it's harder for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven than a camel go through the eye of the needle, right? And so if people were to strip themselves of their neediness, I bet you they'd be less likely to be theists. What do you guys think of that?
David, you can comment on it and then I'll comment.
Yeah, this is going to be a place where, like Arthur is saying, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I really, really do. That's why it's fascinating talk, because it's like we're on opposite ends, and you were actually a believer at one time, and now you find yourself in this place. And a lot of what you're saying is very practical, right? It's very practical in nature. It's very conclusive. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand. I can agree. Our belief in God and our need for Him would differ. The whole view on eternal life and what that means. It's nice to meet you now. It's just practically can't be unpacked just at one time, but I love the dialogue to continue to talking to you. I'd love to hear your experience, even with salvation and what that looked like, the kind of discipleship, the following Christ, something, and I hate to say this, I don't want to make it seem like I'm right and you're wrong. I don't want to kind of portray it like that, but something definitely happened in this kind of Christian walk, that something turned, something happened. And the fact that your wife still believes and she's still a Christian, that's very interesting, that whole chemistry that you both now have. But yeah, I don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah, and I want her to stay a Christian. I think actually being an atheist is a very hard thing to do, and I would not recommend it.
Interesting. I want to, by the way, you can check out his YouTube channel, Dave. David, you can go to Pine Creek YouTube channel and continue hearing Doug's story and then interacting. He's actually he has people calling all the time. Doug, I would say yes. I would say I agree with you. It's out of need. I don't think we're machines. I don't think that's how our knowledge works. I don't have a theory of knowledge like that. If the need is a proper need, I have no issue with saying it's that belief or that trust is out of a need, right? Nobody, let's just say, if I'm trying to carry something that's like 250 pounds and I can't, and I go, hey, Doug, I need your help. And then somebody from the side goes, look at this guy. You're only believing that Doug can help you is because you have a need to carry that. I'm like, yeah, duh. That's why I asked him, because I have that need. So I think in the categories you mentioned, like sin, being forgiven, or our need for God, because I think we were actually created and made in a way where that relationship should be continuing. That's like the most ideal way for humans to live their human life. So I think the need is there, and I think our kind of belief and want.
What would you say is your biggest need? Like, what is it? Eternal life? Is it?
My biggest need?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's tough. Like what my biggest need now is compared to when?
Like imagine yourself not a Christian. What would you say that Christianity gives you? That's your biggest.
I think there's the emotional reaction to what that need is, and then I would say there is kind of I don't want to say intellectual, but I'll just say that anyways. So if I were not a Christian right now, I would say
like, what would you lose?
If I were not a Christian, what would I lose?
What's the first thing that
lose all
pops in your
sorts of
head?
Stuff. I always tell people if I wasn't a Christian, I'd get my Sundays opened. So it's not that I'd have a lot of time on my hands, a lot of extra time on my hands if I were not a Christian.
Like, do you think you would do more bad things, or do you think it's just like you would still be the same person but not go to heaven? Or
I wouldn't necessarily do more bad things because of where my life is right now. I think when I was 18 years old and I gave my life to Christ, if I didn't give my life to Christ, I would have definitely continued on doing bad things. And I would have been very consistent in doing it. And I would have been very radical and extreme in doing whatever those bad things were. I can almost guarantee that because I was doing those things. Okay. So by the way, my need, and I hadn't even gotten that bad. I should say, where it was like I've made a whole mess of things and I need Jesus to save me from this situation. Like it wasn't in that. For me, the whole kind of logical deduction was there when I was 18 in saying, look, if God doesn't exist, then I get to make up quite a bit of the rules of how we live this life. And again, I could do that in a very good way, in an honest way, and a very whatever, like pleasurable way to society or something, or the complete opposite of that. I didn't need to follow anyone. I could have stolen, cheated, and lied, and done all of that. Nobody would have said what I'm doing is wrong. I would have told them, no, it's not, because there's no such thing. The only thing that would probably keep me at bay would have been like getting in trouble with the law. But I probably would have figured out a way to get past that. I know many people who have gotten away with it, or gotten away with it for an extended period of time.
But what would have stopped you from doing bad things even as an 18-year-old? Like even as an 18-year-old believer?
What do you mean?
Like you made it. I think you made it sound like that. What Christianity gave you was an idea of right and wrong, and that you will do right because you're a Christian. And if you're not a Christian, I would
say it gave me the responsibility to a person that now I had, where previously I didn't have that. So as an 18-year-old, I would have said, well, yeah, there's a responsibility I have towards like my nation. I was a big time nationalist before that. Like in a really bad sense, in regards to borderline racism, nationalist, but only towards certain groups that shall be unnamed. But it would have been like my parents, my community. Like this might bring shame upon me, but that's because I grew up in an honor and shame sort of culture. But I was getting to a point where I was like, I frankly don't care about any of this stuff. Like, what's so wrong with terrorists blowing up buildings? So when 9/11 happened, right, I was 16 years old, and I remember looking at it and saying, these guys really believe whatever it is that they believe.
Yeah.
And they're serious enough about it to do this. I like them. I'm telling you, that's part of the reason why I started reading the Quran. Because I was looking at these people and my reaction wasn't, oh, I can't believe it. How evil of them, right? My reaction as a 16, 17-year-old looking at all the stuff that was happening in the United States was, This happened. Many people are hurt, obviously. Look at all the stuff they're going through. But I'm curious to know what got those people to do whatever it was that they did. Man, they're serious about their belief. What is their belief? Right, and then I started researching Islam. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have been, if I became a Muslim, I would have been the guy that moved to Saudi Arabia and like got degrees in Islam and spoke Arabic and lived in countries where this stuff was put into practice the best way it could be put into practice. I would have been extremely uncomfortable living in the United States. That's right, assuming let's say I became a Muslim, because I would have wanted to be consistent. So if I just concluded atheism is true, and all this stuff is wrong, the best thing that would have somehow kept me at bay would have been some kind of ultra nationalistic belief system but that's partly because of Armenians in our history. That would have been the thing that would have just immediately gravitated towards me, that has kind of this, maybe a higher purpose or something like that, but again, that's because I was reading people or reading about people who were Armenians who had committed terrorist acts against the group that shall not be named.
Yeah, see, I was raised Mennonite, pacifistic, so I never had that in me. Like I sometimes laugh. That's
interesting.
Well, I shouldn't laugh, but when people are so concerned of their children leaving Christianity, a lot of Christian kids are really messed up, and they fornicate and they even steal. And I feel like asking these Christian parents, would you rather your child be more like me, an atheist who doesn't do any of those things? Mm-hmm. I'm a committed family man.
You're conservative.
I'm conservative. Like, would you rather your child end up like me, an atheist, but a really good guy who you'd love to bring home to your mother? Or would you rather, have your son be like a sort of a barely clinging into the kingdom type Christian who's like constantly in trouble with the law or whatever?
Yeah, my response to that would be neither. Simply put.
Gotta choose one.
Well, yeah, I don't have to. That's the thing. But I would say, as a parent, I don't. Again, I belong to a theological framework where I'm not guaranteed my kids will be Christians.
Right.
And I regularly speak about this, and I said my job as the parent of a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. Okay, so I'm in the early stages, Doug. They're developing their characters. They're arguing back now. They're like, I don't want to do that, Dad. And so I want to grow kids. I want to raise kids who are responsible individuals of society, well-thinking, well-mannered individuals. Because I'm not guaranteed that they'll be Christians. I actually I tend to be maybe on the other side of how I deal and how I speak about Christianity amongst my kids. I asked them about God. Do you believe? They're like, no. I'm like, okay, why? We have conversations. They come to church. I asked them, hey, what'd you learn? Do you think that's true? Those are the natures of the conversations we have. And so, because I'm not guaranteed in that, I think my responsibility as a dad is I want them to be well-rounded individuals. There's no better way. Maybe the best way you can put this in like the classical sense of, I want them to be individuals who love that which is true, good, and beautiful. And maybe that's a philosopher in me coming out of a world like that. But my wife and I have these conversations, like, I'm not guaranteed. And so if my son's going to be a businessman, or if my daughter's going to be a businesswoman, or whatever it may be, I would want them to do that well, hardworking, right? But again, they got to make those decisions at the end of the day as to how consistently they want to be. Like, hey, why didn't my dad teach this? Oh, because he was being consistent with this Christian worldview. And it's like, well, I don't believe in this Christian worldview. And they might just say, like, forget that.
Before you had kids, did you ever ask yourself or think about the fact that they could grow up, reject Jesus, and end up in hell?
Yes.
I don't know what your...
Yeah. I'm not reformed. I'm not a Calvinist, so...
Yes. But what's your view of hell? Is it ECT?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say the scriptures teach there's an eternality to hell. Torment, I'm not very sure like how I want to qualify. Like I don't think there's like demons like with pitchforks or something like that, right?
But it's really bad. So
yeah, it's separation from God. It's I would say ultimate separation from God, and then it itself I would say is torturous. Yes,
well, I'm separated. I'm separated from God right now, and I'm not being
correct.
tortured.
You're not totally separated from God.
Well, I'm under common grace.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, man, you got your theology. You know your theology better than most Christians do, Doc. So you're answering your own questions.
And I'm going to heaven because of my wife. So there you go.
I wouldn't say that. My brother says that sometimes. By the way, he'll be like, "Come on, man, put in a word for us. Like I can live my life however I want." I was like, "That's not the way it works, man. Like relational connectedness." He's like, "I'll just sneak in."
Did you ever consider not having kids because of this issue?
No.
Because of the commandment, be fruitful and multiply, or what?
Not necessarily, because I don't think people accidentally go to hell.
So you're saying that if you're a good parent, the odds are so great that they'll go to hell?
No. What I'm saying is that that people will ultimately get whatever it is that they want. And if they, what I mean by that is that it's not like from God's perspective. It's not like, oh, but God's like, if I were to do this, then he or she would have believed, but dang it, I forgot to do that, and now they're in hell, right? Like if they're gonna believe, God knows all the possibilities. And
wait a minute, you're starting to sound like a Calvinist now.
No, I'm more of a Molinist. That's why all my Calvinist friends like saying the stuff you just said, but hey, it's not Calvinism, it's Molinism. Okay. It is based on conditionals. So I think God has access to all these conditionals, and that.
But he actualized all those conditionals, right?
Correct. Yeah. Well, not all of them. No, he didn't actualize all of them.
Well, no,
he has a criteria. He could actualize them.
He actualized what was going to happen.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that God, there's a couple of things that fit into the category, because you asked me about my kids. So this is the way I rationalized and thought about it. So there's a thing, I believe in God's sovereignty. I believe in God's love and goodness. And that even if God were to send my son, by the way, it's not just like my brothers or my dad. I have unbelieving family members and people very, very close to me that I love dearly. At the end of the day, that God is going to be good and just over that situation.
So how many kids do you have?
3.
Okay. So if God himself told you, he didn't tell you the future, but he made it like an if statement. If it's true that all 3 of your kids are going to go to hell, if that were true, would you have conceived those 3 kids? Would you have made sure you had protection and made sure your wife never got pregnant? Basically, God himself is telling you, if you procreate 3 children, all 3 will go to hell. Would you have still made the same decision?
This is one of those funny questions in which I don't think he would, but
like God does know the future.
Correct.
And if he told you that all 3 of your kids, if you procreate, if you have any children whatsoever, they will all end up in hell. I know the future, says God. So, but you have free will, so you get
correct.
to choose.
Yeah. My question back to God or this scenario would be in regards to the freedom of the, because you're telling me the end result, not the responsibility in which these children would grow up making decisions that they would make that would end up for them.
It's their fault that they go to hell because of their decisions. Yeah. But if you conceive them,
I would have kids.
You would still have kids. Even
because they are nonetheless responsible. Because I don't think mere knowledge of future events determines them.
But you have the free will to not create them.
Yeah.
And you'd still create them knowing that they would go to hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I am
that boggles my mind.
Yeah, because the reason it boggles your mind, and I guess the reason why it took me a bit longer to answer this because I was conceptualizing it, is that it's the human responsibility in between the end result and the beginning
but you
result of
could,
the decision. Yeah.
right, I understand that, but you could have prevented all that. Like, it's like if I was to change it from, instead of afterlife and hell, like, if I told you, let's say I'm a geneticist and I got to look at your children's DNA before they're born and said,
Mm-hmm.
if you have this child, it will spend its entire life in severe pain and agony. Its skin will be reversed. Uh, it will suffer and probably live 10 years and die. Would you have that child?
There's a number of things that would have to go into that, and this is partly why I am a fan of and not a fan of ethical dilemmas of this sort, because all I need to do is add one more condition to change your answer. Like it would be, let's just say you were going to have a kid, all the stuff you just said, but in that cancer will be cured, right? Or 3 other kids would be saved or something. It's like then the whole scenario changes, right? Like I get the point of ethical dilemmas is to push us to our limits in regards to some of these things. But what I don't like about them is that we very rarely make decisions like this. Even in those, like usually maybe in war, like think like Hiroshima, Nagasaki, it's like, do we make the kind of decisions we need to make that could potentially put us in a place of like ethical responsibility is what I'm saying. And again, this takes us back to the IVF conversation in a sense, right?
Yeah.
Like I mentioned Hiroshima and Nagasaki because the United States, before they dropped the bombs, a lot of people just go, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I would never do that. And I'm like, relax, bro. There was military scientists who were sitting there counting numbers of people that could potentially die if the war was prolonged. Sitting there, they're like, we're war maniacs. We just want to kill people. And then not only that, they dropped leaflets all over Japan saying, we're going to bomb 2 of your major cities. Get out of major cities. Now, part of the thing maybe they didn't consider was that Japanese culture where if you ran away, you're a coward. And people didn't run away, but they did their part and then ended up dropping the bombs. If people had left those cities and actually listened to what the U.S. was saying, far less people would have died in those bombings. So this is sort of what I'm talking about when it comes to these sorts of dilemmas.
Well, the reason why I brought up
I'm
this,
sorry, we're going to have one more person joining us, or he keeps calling in. Jonathan, you keep calling in and then hanging up on me. So call in.
That happens to me sometimes too.
Hey, I don't know what it is, but hang in there, and then I'll add you to the conversation.
Yeah, the reason why I brought up that moral dilemma is because
David, you got to unmute yourself, Dave.
Yeah, I can just watch and have somebody else call in if you need me to get off.
If that's okay, please.
Absolutely. All right, Doug, nice meeting you. I'll look out for your channel.
Yeah, nice meeting you too, David.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, the reason why I brought up that moral dilemma because it represents the real problem of evil, in my opinion. It is, and I liked your answer because you brought in, okay, if we add one more thing, the positive, it can overcome the negative. But with a world of God alone in 3 persons, there is no lack, there is no need.
Correct.
It's just God. And so why would a God create a world that would result in something he hates, i.e. sin, i.e. perishing?
Okay. So sorry, you said i.e. sin and what? Perishing,
like people going to hell. Like there would be nobody in hell today or in the future if God never created. There'd be nobody in heaven either, but God doesn't need people in heaven. He's self-sufficient.
Yeah. I always think people's theology is going to dictate the way they answer this question. So not all, the reason why I say that is because not all Christians will answer it the same way. Because this would be one of those internal conversations Christians have amongst themselves. Some people might just say, because he can. Usually you're going to hear that from like the Reformed camp. It's like he can and he did. Who are you to question him, right?
Right.
Which I think, hey, that's okay. That's fine.
Unless it's contradictory, then it's
correct.
not fine.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, he's powerful and he can, and whatever. I tend to think that the world in which God actualized, he had a number of conditions that are better making conditions. Okay. And maybe like you might see this in like some of the ancient church fathers talking about like God's love is so much where like there's a necessity of him to share that love.
But then that makes him a bit needy, though, if that's the case.
Not necessarily.
If he needs to share.
Well, yeah, it's not neediness in the way we think about neediness. It's kind of this overflowing kind of thing. We don't generally categorize things like that as needy, as in like inefficient or deficient or like having a lack of. So I'm trying to get Jonathan in, but every time he calls and I say yes, he hangs up. Jonathan, I don't know what's going on, man. Your call's coming in. I'm seeing you, and then just goes. Bloop.
He might be just trolling to disrupt the.
If you're just trolling, then man, find something better to do.
Because that happens to me, where people will just call and like they just want to.
Okay, that's never happened to me. See, again, experience. I will just generally say, if you're someone on the internet that's just trolling a very serious and informative conversation like the one we're having, dude, go outside and take a walk or something. Like, I don't know.
Like, my guess is he's not showing his face, right?
Play video game. No, he is actually, but play
video games. Okay, then he might not be a troll then.
Yeah. I'm just saying this generally to like internet trolls. By the way, it's a side conversation. It's hilarious to me that people will spend their time on the internet bugging other people, where I'm just like, there's so much, like you can literally go make money. You can go work those hours you do trolling, and like that would be a benefit. I had a professor who told someone at the college, at the Bible college, why do you come to school here? Because like the guy would show up very unprepared and stuff like that, and like slippers and stuff. And so he told them, you're wasting money, number one, because you're paying for this education. You're not learning anything. And you're wasting time in which you could be using that time to make money. So your best option is drop out of school, go get a job, and you'll do a lot better. You won't go into debt, and you'll be making positive money in the positive.
But let me reframe the question a little bit. Like,
yeah,
I did this with a doubting Christian the other day on my live stream, and it really impacted him. So maybe you can help him give a better answer. But I asked him this: does God imagine these worlds like two plates at a restaurant, and so these are being served to God here. So God has an option of desiring plate number one, which has no sin. Mm-hmm. Plate number two has sin.
Yeah.
And you can add things. You can add good stuff to the plate with sin too, if you want. But
yeah,
which plate does God desire more? Sin.
I actually think he picks the world with sin in it. I've thought about this quite.
That's a tough bullet to bite.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'm not unprepared for this question, I should say. If anybody who's sitting there is like, "Oh, Arthur's smart," he got like. I've thought about this. I've written on this. I've read plenty of material on this. One of the things is that I would say the world in which there is no sin would be a lesser world than the one in which there's sin, partly because there will be a lack of redemption and people to experientially know God for who he is.
Okay.
And so it's a qualitatively lesser world. Aquinas does this thing where he deals with qualitative worlds and a quantitative world. Mm-hmm. That's, hey, Jonathan, I'm going to mute you for a second and then finish my thought, okay? So here's what Aquinas does. He says, imagine there's two different worlds. There's a world in which there's an infinite amount of people who experience an infinite amount of happiness. But the happiness they experience is a lesser form of happiness, let's just say. Pleasure is the way he puts it. Say like the taste of food or whatever like that. And then there's another world, infinite amount of people experiencing an infinite amount of good, or pleasure, but the pleasure and the good they're experiencing is of like fine music and good art or something like that, higher quality experientially, right? And he says, are these two worlds the same? Well, he says, yeah, they're same. They're the same in the sense that one of them is, they're the same in the quantity of good being experienced, but not the quality of the good. So I would say, given a number of the conditions, now I would have to work through these conditions, but the world in which there is sin ends up being a world in which it's qualitatively better.
Okay,
So
but you know what follows from that, though? That means before creation, the world of God alone is lesser than the world of God plus creation.
Again, then we would be talking about like the sort of categories we're talking about. What do you mean by less than?
Well, you use the word that's a lesser world with no sin.
Between
You're
the two.
describing, yeah. So you're
Between those two
describing,
worlds, yeah.
you're saying the world with God alone is lesser than the world that we have now.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the two worlds in which there is sin and there's no sin.
Okay, but a world with no sin, we would include a world with God alone.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. No, I'm not. So I'm not saying a world without sin and no creation and only God existing. I'm talking about two worlds in which there's creation. Like he starts creation.
Okay, I got you. But now let's imagine a world with God alone and no creation.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Let me see.
Would you still say that the world with God plus creation and sin is better than the world?
I wouldn't, because not necessarily. I would say these probably are. They're not comparable, is what I would say. I'm thinking on my feet right now. This is a question that I haven't come across, and it's a really good one, Doug. I got to think about this. And I'd say the world in which God is alone, in like a Trinitarian union or something like that, would be a, lack of a better term, I wouldn't say static, but there's nothing that could be added to it that would make it better, or nothing that could be taken away from it that would make it less. Okay, so it's not a better making, a less making. Like when creation comes into existence, it's not a better making world for God or a less making world. Like God is completely
can't be approved upon or decreased.
Correct. Like he's aseity, right? Like it's this classical Christian doctrine of divine aseity, is that God is content, for lack of a better term,
right,
in his own existence. Everything is a bonus. Let's just think about it that way.
So if that world can't be improved upon, why create?
Yeah, I think this is ultimately a mystery. I don't know whether we could, even from scripture, deduce why we know God created. We could say all we know, that very obviously that he did. But I don't know the internal reasoning. I don't know whether we're given access to that information as to why God chose to create.
Yeah, this is a critique from the outside.
Sure.
And so when you said, well, it's obvious that he did create. Well, no, it's not. Not this God, at least.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah. So this is a critique to actually figure out, well, maybe does this God exist, or maybe he doesn't?
Well, what I'm saying is, because you're asking an internal question to like Christianity, right? Like when you're saying how.
Yeah. I am saying that based on your definition of God as all, being content, all powerful, all knowing, all good, all loving, all just, all those omnis, that if you cannot improve upon that, then there's no reason to create.
Unless he's got a reason that we just don't know about. And again, this is why I'm saying is some of the church fathers would say things like, and again, I'm saying this, but I'm not very sure whether I agree with it or kind of would follow in the conclusions, in that he does it because he wants to, because of his love.
Okay, but then you have another problem, and that is if he does it because he desires to, he wants to, that means you're saying he desired to create knowing it will lead to something he hates, like sin.
Yeah. I don't
that's
have an issue with that.
Well, I won't call it a contradiction, but that's pretty close, because if God doesn't desire sin, yet desires to create that he knows will certainly lead to sin, that's pretty close to a contradiction.
I would say maybe it's a paradox. I wouldn't say it's a contradiction. Maybe it's a paradox. If the conditions are that he knows the way that he's going to get to what he wants to get to is by the inclusion of sin, and that thing is a greater thing that he's going to get at the end. So think utilitarianism, for lack of a better term.
But then, you use the word greater there, like he's already great. Like he doesn't need to get to a greater thing.
None of this stuff is in regards to his own person and being. The greater than, though, that kind of language I'm using is all in regards to what he's accomplishing, and then the external world that he's creating. Those things, because they're the sort of created stuff that they are, and based on conditions, tend to have greater, lesser kind of values to them.
Yeah. I see this as contradictory unless you bite the bullet, which I thought you did earlier, and say that God does desire sin. And then,
I wouldn't say desire, like he wants it, but in creating the world, he might see it as necessary. So yeah, I would say it in regards to terms like that. I wouldn't use the word desire. I'd say that would be contradictory.
Well, he actualized something that he does not want.
So I distinguish between God's desires and his will. A lot of Christians misspeak about this. So I think God can desire things and not have them. And I think that's biblically accurate. So maybe you can use this in your conversations with various Christians. But so I think Scripture teaches that God desires for all men to be saved. But clearly all men are not saved. So there's something God desires he doesn't get.
Right.
Because he's set up the conditions that way.
But I don't think the word will helps you, though.
Will in regards to what he wants to do. So it's more of a mechanical terminology rather than an emotional one, where desire would be.
Because you would say then that God doesn't will everyone to go to heaven.
So again, that's the English language in regards to the way we use the words will and desire, sometimes synonymously.
Yeah. See, I think this is the real problem of evil that most people miss. They want to talk about human free will and all that sort of thing, but that's irrelevant to this argument.
This is, I think, where the problem of evil naturally should lead to. So I would agree with you. Because at the end of the day, you're going to go back to saying, then why would God do that? Let's come up with some possibilities, right? Or there are no possibilities and God doesn't exist or something like that. But I agree with you. I think this is a much stronger conversation when it comes to the problem of evil rather than the human free will. Because once you have creation, then you can deal with creation. But it's before that what his reasoning process is in order to do that. I want to bring Jonathan in because he's been waiting. Go ahead. Finish that thought.
Yeah, I was just going to say that your answer was very similar to some Muslims I've talked to as well, that there's a difference between decreeing, willing, and desiring, and that God, Allah, actually wanted some sin so he could forgive people. Like Allah, it says in the Quran apparently that Allah desires to forgive those who transgress him or whatever. And how can you forgive if people don't sin? So he wanted sin so he could forgive people. But as an atheist,
again, I wouldn't do it like that. There could be agreements, kind of parallels between Christians and Muslims when we're just talking conceptually about God.
Yeah.
There's a number of things that we assume, I think, are stronger on our point, like the Trinitarian God being in a relationship, which makes him not needy for stuff, where I think Islam actually falls victim to it. Sort of like there's a creation necessary and stuff like that. But yeah, it could be that Muslim thinkers and scholars have come up with views that we would, the Kalam, right, that you probably hear quite a bit is a product of Islamic philosophy. So yeah. Jonathan, sorry for, I don't know what was going on, but we'll bring you in. What's up, man?
Hey, man. How's it going? Is your name David?
Sorry, what?
Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Is your name David?
My name is not David, no.
What's your name? Because I don't know your name.
My name is Arthur, like the king.
Okay, Arthur. Good. I already know Doug. I've been on his channel before. And so I had a couple of questions. One thing you said really interested me, and that is it true that you can really make money trolling online? Because I really need to look into that if that is the case.
So are you a troll, David?
No, but
Or Jonathan?
I had Wi-Fi connection, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure whether you can make money trolling online. I mean, nowadays you could do whatever you want, but maybe you could create, like, be such a good troll that could be so amazing at trolling, is get like a Patreon following where people just like support you to troll. So I can see that as being a possible sort of thing to do.
Jonathan's not a troll. I recognize him now looking at his on the video. I don't see him here, but I see him on the YouTube.
Yeah. So I would say you could get people who are like, man, this guy's really cool at trolling. We'll support him. But if you're just doing it alone, I highly doubt you can make money doing it.
I think Jonathan's
Are you
Catholic or Orthodox?
The internet, really. No, I'm Protestant, bro. I'm Presbyterian, Protestant.
You're Presbyterian.
Church. I submit to a Protestant pope. I did have a couple of thoughts. One of the things Doug was saying, and I think that lacked a little bit of explanation, was Doug, you were asking a question about like why God would create life, or why we would bring life into the world, considering the possibility of hell. One of the things that I think seems to be missing in the conversation is that, and I would like to get your opinion on this, why do we need a justification for life? If life is to be considered a gift within itself, it doesn't actually need to be justified, even considering long-term consequences and possible hardship in life. Life is innately good. And so I'm sure you would agree with me on this, but if you would, why would we need to use hypotheticals like, oh, you might suffer later in life or in the life to come? It would still be good to bring life into the world because life is innately good. Would you agree with that?
No. I reject that premise. That existence is
good.
Good. Yeah, I reject that.
Yeah,
I would say
if he believed that, he'd have to buy into the ontological argument and become a theist.
The existence or non-existence is neither good nor bad. It's just it is what it is. So I would not say that existence is better than non-existence. Like, for example, if the whole universe, let's say God exists, but the whole universe under his decree was to vanish in 1 second, no pain, no suffering, nobody sees it coming, we're just all gone, I would not say that's bad.
Okay. So I would consider that consistent, but very nihilistic. But will you grant that from the Christian perspective?
That's why I compared him to Nietzsche.
Hey, Nietzsche's a cool guy.
Doug, I'm not saying that in a negative sense, by the way. I'm just saying I see the consistency there. So you're just saying stuff Doug already agrees with.
Nietzsche black-pilled me, bro. But no, Doug, I will say this, though. Can't you grant... So one of the Christian beliefs, as well as other theists, we do believe that life is innately good. And so we actually don't need to justify the birth of children by any justification other than that they are born. We know they're going to suffer. We know that there's going to be hardship, and the possibility of joy and pleasure, as C.S. Lewis gives in his Problem with Pain, is one of the great innate benefits of life itself. And so can you grant that because the Christian believes life is innately good, we don't need a justification to have children based on some possible future because life is a justification within itself?
No, I disagree with that too. I think I think you can be a Christian in that worldview and still need to justify having children, and it can be as simple as God told me to, like, be fruitful and multiply. That's your justification. Like, if you say you don't need any justification, that you just have kids for random arbitrary reasons or no reasons, I would think that as a Christian, you're basically would have to view yourself as a dog or a bunny who reproduces. You just do it because you're programmed to. I think within your worldview, you have to justify it.
No, because I believe that dogs don't have souls. Continue, Arthur.
Sorry, Doug. Do you? So I agree with you. By the way, I think internally we need to be consistent to our worldviews. Would you say the same thing in regards to your? Let's just switch the question. As an atheist, you have no guarantees of your the suffering, the issue that your kids will have. As a matter of fact, you can actually deduce that they'll probably end up having quite a bit of suffering.
Yeah, or some at least.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, depending on the quality, I guess, of suffering, right? It could be very severe, or it could be not so. Like, they stub their toe, even though in the moment that's probably the worst.
So why did I have kids is what you're going to ask.
Yeah, what I'm saying is internally, does the atheist needs to justify as to why they would have kids? I mean, you asked this question of me, and I'm just, as we were talking, I'm like, okay, cool. Let's see it from the other side.
I would say it's in my programming. Like, I think we are animals who have this genetic disposition to procreate. I'm selfish. I wanted to see myself vicariously through my kids. I'm a needy person who likes to have hugs from his daughter. Yeah, these are my.
We all do, by the way. We all would like to have. Those of us who have daughters know
and
exactly
let me go further.
What it's like.
Yeah, but let me go further. Like with the suffering issue, like if I was born in some really poor country in Africa, and if I had any type of mental capabilities, I'm not dying of malnutrition, I can still think. And I would say, no, I shouldn't reproduce. In fact, I would say it's immoral to have kids.
What about survivability, like the survival of the human race? Because I hear a lot of atheists say, hey, we do this because you got this communal kind of thing built into you to like survive it. As if that's a good thing. By the way, it might not be a good thing for human beings to survive it. Well, but let's just say it is.
Yeah, like to increase the gene pool would be a reason, but we're at 7.5 billion people on the planet. I don't think we need to do that anymore. So I think people who can afford to have kids and can give the best odds of a least amount of suffering life for their children, the most options, is the best way to go. And but if you're bringing up kids in a situation where there's a high probability they're going to go through pretty extreme suffering, I would say it's immoral to have kids.
Doug, I get what you're saying, and I get the consistency in it. Immediately what comes to my mind is, how does that not lead to some kind of crazy totalitarian classism? Where we just round up all the poor people and we sterilize them and we go, you can't have kids.
Well, it could, but I don't. It could, but I think the best way to run society, because I lean right.
That's what I'm saying. That's like, I get you would say that if you were like some crazy leftist, but
so
it seems contradictory.
Well, the reason why it's not contradictory is because I would say it should never be legislated, but should be encouraged. And I think it resonates with people's. Like, people do not like to see children suffering. And what's the best way to prevent that? Don't have children in situations where there's a high probability of suffering.
What about the counter argument? Sorry, Jonathan. What about the counter argument that would be like, we see these great people historically. We've seen great individuals. And you could say maybe a good part of the reason that they're so great is because they came through suffering.
Yes, I agree with that. Now, that's where I make a difference, a distinguish between just regular suffering and, great suffering. Like, there's a difference between.
So you're doing the great making and lesser making.
Yeah, exactly. It's gratuitous suffering, I should say, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be situations where suffering will make us stronger and help us be more resilient. And I'm all for going to the gym and breaking down your muscles so you can build new ones.
Mm-hmm.
But when we're talking about having children in a war-torn country, or where that 9 out of 10 kids will die within the first year from malnutrition, I mean, as a thinking human being, I'm just saying maybe it's best not to have kids in that situation.
Okay, I'm done with my questions, Jonathan. Sorry, I cut you off there.
I think that I will agree that it's internally consistent, but one of the problems with postmodern epistemology is they focus so much on internal consistency that they don't deal with things like ethics and metaphysics. The implications of your idea are horrendous, as Arthur was pointing out. And you will not be able to escape that if you look at it honestly, because it's not only wrong on the face of it, because we know that life is innately valuable. One of the things you left out in talking about why you desire to have children, why you want your daughter to value you and love you and that relationship you have with her, is because her life is valuable. Not like a dog, not like a monkey, not like some useless creature. Your daughter is a human soul, and you value that innately. Nobody gave you a reason. Nobody gave you some philosophical idea. You just love her because she is her, because she is a person. And I think saying that poor people don't have access to that, or they shouldn't have access to
That's
that,
not quite
is actually
true. That's not quite true. If
okay.
my
I'm sorry.
daughter, if my daughter was to murder my son or my wife, I think I would stop loving my daughter. I'm telling you the truth. I would.
I can agree with that, but no one told you to love your daughter.
Right.
You just did that.
That's in my DNA.
I agree, but I'm saying there's a reason for that.
Right, because we evolved this way.
Sure, but there's a reason for that too. Because human life, as I said before, has innate value. Christians are very good at recognizing this because we are like Christians have a very good metaphysical explanation for why this is. I think you lack one, but you can't deny the fact that you do love your daughter, and you can blame it on evolution. That's completely fine. But there's a cause for that, and it is very innate to who you are.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So let me
go ahead, Jonathan. Go ahead.
Poor people who will go through suffering actually have more children than wealthy Western countries. This is statistic. Every poll shows this. Poor people have more children. And I think one of the reasons is because all they have is that innate passion with their family. They don't have all the distractions of our Western luxuries, which I'm thankful for, but they have the innate beauty of the love of the family. And you have it too. And that's the most valuable thing in this world, very possibly. And Christians have argued this for centuries, and we have a really good argument, and it's a very good case. So I just want to say, like, it's not an argument to say, in fact, it's just very anti-human to say, like, oh, poor people should account for their future suffering of their children and therefore not have children. No, children don't need to be justified. Children are the greatest gift that could possibly be given because it's the gift of life, and there needs no higher justification for that.
Well, let me just ask you a very practical question. Two parents in the United States, let's say upper middle class, parents in a war-torn country where there's malnutrition. You're God, you could, or you're, let's say, a messenger of God, and you could use God's power to impregnate. They're both infertile, let's say. Which couple would you want to have kids?
All of them.
No, you got to choose one.
Right. So I would say that it would be like for the material prosperity of the child, no religious or social cultural factors taken into account. I think it's great for children to be prosperous. I think Western countries should have more children. I'm a big advocate of that.
So your answer is the wealthy couple?
Yeah, I think that it's innately good to have more than less.
Well,
so
then we're agreed, Jonathan.
Okay, but one of the things that I would say is that we're not in a scenario where it's either or. We're not in a dualistic world. Everyone should have children. Everyone who's married lawfully should have children, and there doesn't need to be a higher justification or complex.
Should a man with a history of pedophilia be a father?
Well, no, because he should be executed. So he's dead.
Okay, so then you should retract what you said. Not everyone should be a parent or a father then, right?
Dead people can't have children, Doug.
What's that?
Dead people can't have children.
Right, but not everybody. People who commit crimes are still alive. And are you supporting that some people should not have children?
Yeah, so I'm giving you a consistent principle, which comes from God's law. God's law promotes children naturally, but it also promotes the death of the extraordinary wicked and the grievous sins of some. And so I'm saying I'm consistent in that, of course, they shouldn't have children because they shouldn't even be allowed to live in civil society.
But also, some people shouldn't even get married.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What about that one?
Huh? What'd you say? Sorry.
I agree. Within your own worldview, doesn't God command some people to celibacy?
Correct.
Yeah. supporter of celibacy in monasteries
and some people also, according to Jesus, are just naturally born that way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's plenty of people that are married, that have children, that probably shouldn't be married. Now, I wouldn't say now they get a divorce and, X, Y, and Z, but like, because now they're responsible for their decisions. But people should seriously consider whether they're made for marriage and family and children, and not just do it because it's a social convention. Yeah, I mean, I think that we're talking a lot of like shoulds. People, maybe we're thinking too highly of the rational decisions people actually make and can make. But I think what Jonathan was saying is in regards to if they're married, they should have kids. I would agree with that, by the way, Jonathan. I think that's biblical. And in regards to the counter there that Doug was asking about, pedophiles or whatever like that. Yeah, I think if we had harsher punishments for crimes like of this sort in our nation at the very least. Number one, you probably see very less of it. Number two, then it's pointless to even ask that question.
Well, the blessed Lord was very favorable for millstones for things like these. But I wanted to move back to a point that you had made earlier, Doug. And we discussed this a little bit, but it was about God willing sin. And I think that it was a little bit imprecise. So I want to reference Thomas Aquinas as well as John Calvin so that whatever school of thought you're from.
So let's go Catholic and Calvinist.
Yeah.
Damn. Good job, Jonathan. Well done.
I'm an ecumenical guy. So Thomas Aquinas and John Calvin are actually agree on this point, and that is that God has two wills described in Scripture. He has what St. Thomas Aquinas called a permissive will, and this is what God permits, but it is not actually his moral will, as Thomas Aquinas lays it out. Calvin calls it permissive will and decretive will, or so the decretive will and the declarative will, I'm sorry. So what this states basically is that God declares actively what man ought to do in his moral law. He gives them natural law, he gives them divine law, and he expects men to uphold that. And yet he permits them, as Thomas Aquinas taught, to do what is actively against his will. So God will let men go straight to hell. He will let men commit murder, for instance, even though this is not within his declared will. He hasn't said you should murder.
I reject that. I reject permissive will. I don't think it exists in your worldview.
Well, that's I would say it can't exist in your worldview because you don't have a God who wills. But because
right. In your worldview, I would say it's contradictory, because if you believe God is omniscient and sees everything prior to creation and then actualizes what he sees, he, in at least one sense, he caused it to happen, not just permitted it. He caused it. So every rape that happens on planet Earth, he saw that rape before it happened, before he even created. He saw, if I create, a rape's going to happen in the year 2023. I see that rape, I'm going to create anyhow. He caused that rape.
I think I see what you're saying, but the explanation Calvin would give is probably more in line with kind of that determinism, where it's like because God foreordained all things, it includes all of the individual acts of human men. And what Calvin is explaining here is he's really just saying kind of what you're describing, but not so harsh and deterministic as I think what you're implying, because God is upholding the creatureliness of man, and part of our image of God is to have will and to do what we desire, even if that happens to be evil. And so, yes, God decreed that in a way, but it's not as though a man's about to do some grievous deed and God is there and he's like, yes, do this thing. I want you to do this. Here, make sure you do this evil, grievous thing. This has never happened in all of divine history. And
right,
so
he created men with free will that he knew would choose it for bad reasons. If he wouldn't have created men with free will, that rape would not have happened. So in that sense, God, the buck stops at the top. He created the mess. And so when he, as you say, permits it, I view it as he actually caused it, because he could have done otherwise. He could have said, no, I'm not going to create anything. Therefore, there will be no men with free will who will commit these heinous acts.
Yeah, he could, of course, do that, but then there would be no men. There would be no gift of life. There would be no creation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
And
essentially-
God doesn't need men.
Because I think it's very important, Doug. The thing is, and I talked about this with Cosmic Skeptic. I made a video a while back on Cosmic Skeptic. You guys just have such a bad view of life that you don't realize how valuable what God has given us is. That
Isn't
it's so
Cosmic
innately-
Skeptic a vegetarian?
I don't have
Yeah,
a
no.
bad view of life. No, he switched. He's no longer a vegetarian, or at least he doesn't preach it. But Jonathan, I have to stop you there. I don't have a bad view of life. I live in the best country in the world, in my opinion.
Amen.
I'm an upper middle class I have a wonderful, beautiful wife and two wonderful, beautiful kids. I am probably one of the most lucky people on the planet. I don't have no reason to not like life. I'm healthy.
No.
I'm getting over a cold right now. That's why I'm blowing my nose. But other than that, I'm okay.
the life order in which
Hey
God
guys, let me
creates
just stop you for 1 second. Sorry, Jonathan.
Sure.
I gotta step out. I don't want to end the stream. This is so much like Doug to go and stream for 5 hours. But I have to step out. Could I trust you guys that you guys won't say anything crazy?
Oh yeah, I'll treat it like my own show.
I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but sure.
Before Doug's practically my friend at this point. Like we're friends.
Practically, yeah.
Well,
yeah, you can trust us. We'll be good.
Thank you.
But Jonathan, your internet connection is not the best.
I know. I'm very sorry. This is always the case, but hey, my mic didn't like spaz out like it normally does because I'm just using my phone today. So, no. So I did want to. What I was trying to get at is I'm not saying you're not grateful. Is one of the things I've appreciated about you is I do think you have an ordinary gratefulness of life, which is great. I think we should all like value what we have in the country we live in. I'm in full agreement with that. But I think that what I'm getting at is that the Lord, in granting us will, even the will to do that which is against his divine will, is so innately good that it doesn't need a higher justification. And I think you have a lower view of what free will is and how beautiful it is that we're able to exist as creatures made in the image of God, which are able to will and to do and things like that, because we're able to do evil, but we're also able to do tremendous good. We're able to do tremendously beautiful things, creative, productive. We're able to have children, bear families, build great nations. And so that's what I was seeking to get at, is that, yes, the possibility for evil was always there, but God blessed us with the gift of life.
Yeah, he also cursed. One could say he also cursed us with the gift of life.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I don't view it as a curse, and I don't think any Christian does view it as a curse, because I that's what I was trying to say. We have a better view of life.
Well, no, but I always have to ask this when I ask this question, but what's your view of hell? Is it eternal conscious torment?
Yeah. So this one's kind of interesting. I'm kind of a rationalist, and I don't perfectly understand hell, but the traditional teaching of the church is eternal conscious torment, so that's what I believe.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If life is this gift, a blessing, would you say the same thing about someone who God created knowing that they will end up in hell for eternal conscious torment? Is that a blessing?
Yeah, yes, I would say that hell is not a gift. So if that's what you mean, hell's not a gift. It's not cool, not very fun.
Okay.
I've heard that it's not.
If it's not a gift, and yet God knew when he created that someone will end up there, and God's never wrong in his foreknowledge.
Right.
Then that life even says in the scriptures that life here on earth is but a vapor. It's here and then it's gone. The real life is in eternity. How can life be a gift if it's going to hell?
Yeah, I mean, it's a gift in and of itself. And I think this is what I was trying to get at before in our conversation about the natural suffering we have in this life. Because I'll be honest with you, I've already said this. I can't rationalize hell very well because I've never been there personally. And so it's kind of hard for me to grasp. But I can I've gone through suffering in this life. I've seen extraordinary suffering. I'm in Memphis right now. A friend of mine just got shot down the road 5 days ago, right? Suffering exists in this world, and I can't say, well, he got shot, his life ended in a brutal murder. His life didn't, he shouldn't have been born. God shouldn't have, because he had the opportunity. And the innate worth of his own life, which was given to him by God. And so the fact that it ended tragically, of course, I'm sorry about that. That's sad. That's suffering. It's not suffering I would wish upon anybody.
But you're
But it
not
doesn't take.
comparing hell to being shot and killed, are you?
I'm saying it actually is very similar. I mean, from what I
No,
know,
it's not even
I mean,
close to the same
isn't
thing.
hell ordinarily described as like death and the like it's the destruction, eternal destruction of who we are? I'm not quite sure how
If hell,
death is that different from hell.
well, death is usually in Christian worldviews is viewed as separation from God. It doesn't mean you're not conscious anymore.
Right, that's what I'm saying that death, I believe, and you know maybe I'm wrong here. And again, if I say anything wrong, just for the Christian audience, I'm not the church, I'm not the authority. I'm just doing my best here. But I will
Me as an
say,
atheist
I
will
think
correct you. Don't worry.
I think I think death and war are the closest experiences of suffering we have to hell because that's what we're able to see, and we're able to see people lose their lives. We're able to see them lose the gift of life that God has given to them. And that's why it's so sad. That's why it's sad to see a man die, is because life is so valuable.
No,
And
yeah.
so
See,
should I
a great analogy for hell would be what happened to my sister 5 years ago now. No, 3 years ago. She was paralyzed. She could only move her eyeballs and her mouth a little bit for like 3, 4, 5 years on a feeding tube, but also in tremendous pain everywhere in her body for years and years and years. That's what hell is like, according to eternal conscious torment, except not as bad as hell. And that lasts
yeah,
for eternity. With my sister, it only lasted 5 years. Being shot and killed, you might feel like a few couple minutes of pain, but then it's over with. To me, being shot
here's
and killed and murdered is nothing compared to living and suffering.
I agree with you, Doug, and let me ask you this, and I know this will be personal, but why is my friend getting shot down the street bad? Why is your sister eating out of a feeding tube and going through this tremendous suffering? Why is it bad in the first place?
Okay, it took a while, but we finally got to the morality topic, Arthur, because it goes against my standard.
Um,
What I would say is that's very arbitrary objectively. What I would say, the reason it's bad to see someone lose their life just out of sheer capriciousness, like being shot down the road, or seeing the extraordinary suffering of your sister going through this terrible illness, is because we have an expectation, a right expectation of life that is good. And when things interrupt that, like hell, like suffering, it's bad. But those things could not even be measured if not for the innate goodness of life, which God gave to us in the first place.
I would say that you can't even make a moral judgment about your friend being shot as being bad. You know why?
I just did.
I know you did, but I think you could possibly be wrong. And that what you think what happened to your friend is bad, it might actually be good. It might be the opposite of what you think. And here's why. Because what if God, in his sovereignty, for morally sufficient reasons, decreed it, willed it, not just permitted it, but wanted it to happen and even caused it to happen for morally sufficient reasons? There's nothing you can say to say that that cannot be true. And if that is
Well,
true, then what you just said is bad is actually good.
there actually is, Doug, because I have a theological authority called the Holy Scripture and the ordinary magisterium of the church. You have no theological authority for what you just said, so I have no obligation to take your speculations into account. Well, I mean, what's your standard of judgment for what you just said?
Precedence. Your God
How do,
in your own scriptures has done stuff like that in the past, where he's commanded one human being to kill another human being for morally sufficient reasons.
yeah,
So
but
what if your friend was one of them?
well, it wasn't, because God's told us what those things are in the scripture, and my friend
You
was
know the
killed just.
mind of God?
I know what God has revealed through Holy Scripture and through the ordinary magisterium of the church.
Are you saying it's impossible for God to be behind the death of your friend?
God allowed these
No,
murderers
I'm
to
not
kill.
saying aloud. I'm saying that God was actively behind it for morally sufficient reasons. He had a greater good in mind. Are you saying that's
I'm saying
impossible?
I'm saying that is a theological statement, and you would have to give me some measure of credible evidence for me to
Right
believe
now, I'm
that
just
statement.
asking if it's possible or not. Is there something in your scriptures that say that that's contradictory, that it cannot be the case?
Well, when we talk about what's possible, couldn't technically anything be possible?
No, not with your God. He cannot sin. He cannot lie. There's many things
Good,
your God cannot do. I'm saying, is your friend being killed one of those things?
good. Then if we're talking about my God, the scripture tells me how he executes his justice, and it's not a bunch of thugs killing my friend when he walks down the street. So no, it's not possible.
Not
And
possible.
has told me that in scripture.
You know what? I bet you there was friends of the Canaanites in those days saying it's not possible for God to do that too, and yet it happened.
No, no, because the Canaanites were idolaters, and God had said that witchcraft, idolatry, and other abominable deeds were punishable by death. He gave them 400 years to repent. They refused to, and God judged them according to their unrighteousness. God's under no obligation to give mercy to those who break his law.
Was your
And
friend innocent? I know I'm being a little rough with you here, but your friend wasn't innocent.
like,
Your friend sinned.
but God also executes not only just the judgment of the divine law, he executes the messengers of his divine law. And he did not ordain someone like Israel to execute his judgment as he did through Joshua, Caleb, Moses. These guys are thugs who are not ordained by God in the civil military. They're not the church. They have no ground of judgment. This was an arbitrary, capricious act. So even if my friend was sinful, even if my friend did something wrong, like 3 days ago or something like that, this actually does not justify the actions taken against them because it doesn't follow God's law. God has revealed a standard, and they didn't follow God's standard. They were acting according to the will of the devil, just arbitrarily,
Well,
capriciously
but
wanted to kill.
didn't God use Pharaoh to give messages and examples? Like, doesn't God use evil things for his good?
I think you might be thinking of Nebuchadnezzar or another pagan king like Cyrus. Pharaoh was the enemy of God. Pharaoh got crushed, man. Like Pharaoh totally
No,
dominated,
but
very big.
God hardened his heart to show the Israelites his power. Couldn't God
No,
use these
so
thugs
Egypt,
that, as you say,
Pharaoh,
for some morally sufficient reason?
that Pharaoh was God's enemy. The Lord says that Pharaoh hardened his heart 3 times. And then the Lord ceased being patient with Pharaoh, which he's under no obligation to do because Pharaoh had already sinned against God multiple times. He had slaughtered the children of the Israelites mercilessly. And I don't think you're willing to justify that. God was being completely just to him. In fact, he was so just that he even took the child of the Pharaoh just to portray his justice most perfectly. And that's the God we serve. Because our God's so just, he remembers the sins of these people and he executes them righteously. And so when we see things like these arbitrary evil things that happen in the world by the hands of evil men or even by the hands of plagues like what you were talking about with your sister, we can be grieved by them righteously. And I even think it grieves God because, again, as Thomas Aquinas says, God has two wills. God is able to empathize with the harm that comes upon the world through sin while also allowing sin in order that he might redeem the world, and so on and so forth. And God has revealed this to us in scripture, which is obviously our standard.
Let me ask a question. Sorry, because I missed a portion of this. I don't want to. If you guys talked about this already, just say go rewind it afterwards and watch it. Is there a reason why you, Doug, reject that notion of God's wills?
Yeah, because of what I said earlier. Yeah, I did. We did talk about this, and I said that I don't really see a difference other than one step being placed in between things of God's permissive will and God's decretive will or will in general. Because if he's omniscient, if he knows with certainty what will happen in the future and he creates it anyhow, the buck stops with him. He creates knowing what will happen. So yes, he created people with free will to do these things, but he knew that people would freely use their will freely in this manner. And he said, okay, I see this is going to happen. I'm going to create anyhow.
Yeah.
To me, this is a form of causation. And I can understand how a Christian can say, well, because of the free will of man in there, that makes it okay. Well, I say not really. No, because he could have chosen not to create, and therefore none of these things would have happened.
I think the thing about understanding the two wills of God, and he's infinitely more pure in his two wills than we are. But we actually have two wills too. This is Jonathan Edwards makes this argument in the Bond and the Freedom of the Will, the book he writes. It's kind of like an opus on free will, and he shows that we have two wills as well, because we take after God's character, being made in his image. So we have things which we desire, but we also have things we permit. And children is a great example of this, but you could almost say anything, because anytime we choose an action, we are taking into account, if we are wise, the possibility of great harm coming from any given action. If we drive on the road, we may die. If we go to work today, we may get fired. There is an infinite amount of suffering which we are allowing by one of our wills in doing any action. And yet we have another will, which is that which we desire to happen, the goodness, the empathy, in which we like to bring a child into the world. We want to go to work. We want to
But
do
what's the key
good
difference between us
life.
and God? Like this is a category error, I would say. Like if we were omniscient,
Well,
like God was, then
yeah.
whenever we give a child a toy and we know ahead of time that they're going to take it, swallow it, and die, we've caused the death of that child.
You don't need to be omniscient, and you would, I think, agree with this. You don't need to be omniscient to know that you're going to suffer given any action you take.
Right, but we don't know with certainty, and these are confidence levels, these are probabilities.
Doug, one of the things that I think might be beneficial in this conversation is, I know you gave the example of like kids. Why are we assuming human beings are just like innocent, like unknowing, or lack of knowledge, or something like that?
Oh, I'm not assuming that.
In relation, yeah, okay. So that wouldn't fit in regards to
the
giving
difference
a toy
is
to a
though,
kid and
certainty.
they die.
The difference is omniscience. It's certainty. It's foreknowledge without.
So okay,
like,
if first
we can
certain
predict
I
that
knew,
the sun
let's
will
just
come
say,
up.
let's just say first certain I knew, I gave a knife to someone so that they would be able to cut their cheese. That's the intention behind the knife. But I knew that they were going to use this to harm themselves or others. How am I responsible for that? Just by knowing what they were going to do. Because I didn't cause them to do it.
Well, you gave them the knife, right?
Correct. But that doesn't somehow necessitate that if I didn't give them the knife, that they wouldn't find some other method of harming others.
Oh, no, but you would know that too if you're omniscient.
Correct. So what I'm saying is it doesn't, it is
does.
not a causal effect. I don't think it is. I don't think it's been proven even in the literature, in the philosophical literature, that knowing the future is somehow causing the future.
Well, it's not causing it in the sense that...
like I didn't take his hand with a knife and go stab the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's causing the sense that it could not have happened otherwise. That's what I mean by it. So
Arthur,
if God knows that someone, if you know with certainty that you're by giving the knife, it will lead to the death of someone, you know this, and you're never wrong.
Correct.
You're never ever wrong about that foreknowledge. And you choose to give the knife, guess what's going to happen? They're going to use that to kill someone.
Okay.
So did you actually stab the person? No. But
no, so they're responsible over it.
Yes, you're responsible and they're responsible.
Correct.
Yeah.
Suppose,
and so,
and I would say that when we look at it holistically in God's responsibility within the Christian worldview, is that number one, God is ultimately going to bring about justice even for that person who did that act.
Right, but God is still partially responsible. I think
God
the Christian has to say that.
I would say he's responsible in the sense that he is ultimately the reason
we exist.
All the things are the way they are, so on and so forth. He's responsible.
Every person in
sense.
hell, God is partially responsible for every person who's in eternal conscious torment.
Partially responsible. Yeah, I think we're using the word responsible here in maybe not the same way.
Well, responsible basically means that if God would not have created, there would be nobody in hell. Like the reason why there's people in hell is because God created, knowing what would happen, and some of what he knew was that people would reject him and go to hell. If he wouldn't have created, there would be nobody in hell. There would be no sin. Correct.
And for some reason you're concluding that somehow that is a bad thing.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Yes,
Why?
because God could have easily prevented it by not creating.
Correct. So let's not come up with any laws, because if we know people are going to break laws, we know we're going to put them in jail and they're going to suffer.
No. If the situation here is to create or not to create.
I get that, but what I'm saying is the reason the people are there at the end of the day. Okay, and I know this theologically Christians would disagree with this amongst themselves, but the reason why they are there is because of their own rebellion, their own anti-godness or whatever like that. And so,
yeah, you can place responsibility on them, but I would say that the Christian, I think, has to concede this, that God is at least partially responsible for
I don't
every
think
rape,
any
murder.
Christian, I can't think of any Christian, theologically, historically, who's run away from the idea that God is ultimately the cause for everything that we have.
Oh, I know some Christians who reject that.
Yeah, I do too.
What? Reject what?
I think Jonathan rejects that.
What? No, I don't. Hey, so
He's Presbyterian, bro.
So can I say something? Arthur made a really good point here. Doug, you did a really good.
Sorry, if you guys
job
have names, let me know who these people are who are rejecting God, that God is ultimately.
So a hard Arminian people, it would be like a full Pelagian types. I've just studied.
Then they're
Pelagius.
not Arminian, bro. I mean, I'm Wesleyan, so they wouldn't be Arminian in that. So they're Pelagian.
Okay, so the Pelagian heresy says that God could be the ultimate cause.
Correct.
For
I mean,
any
like open theists would say stuff like this. I'm thinking within maybe a certain kind of lens.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I can't think of it one.
Soteriology.
Yeah. Okay. I get what you guys are saying. Okay.
Okay. Let me say one thing, because Arthur kind of made a really good point, and it kind of like I think he owned you, Doug. So you made the point that God is ultimate.
Dude, I'm gonna cut this out, and it's gonna be like Apologia Center owns Pine Creek rectum.
Then you got to put the sunglasses coming up.
It owns lib atheist online. Very.
But
viral.
he's not a liberal. You can't say that. He's not a liberal.
I'm not a liberal.
Hey, I can call him names because I came on his show and he justified misrepresenting me. So I'm.
You call me a liberal, I'm going to call you a Pentecostal.
Hey, glory, baby, glory. All right, so here's what I wanted to say. Let me get to my point. So Arthur made a great point, and you said God is ultimately the cause of those who are in hell because he created them with all their potential and they chose to go to hell. And then Doug said to you, yeah, but why is that bad? Because God is justice, is I think what you were saying, Arthur. That's owned, because the truth is God forced no one to go to hell, and then he treats them according to their works with justice. And that is why they choose.
No, it's bad because God does. It's bad because it's a contradiction that God does not want anyone to go to hell. If you're a non-Calvinist.
If man can have two wills, God can have two wills because we're made in his image.
No, man can have two wills, but not God.
I don't think that follows. I get what you're saying. I just don't think it follows like logically, because there's plenty of things men have that God doesn't have.
Unless you're
I can't just throw it into the image of God kind of category. But
I would say there's not these two different types of wills. Unless you're an open theist, then you can sort of go there.
But why not distinguish between desires and will, and then solve this?
Even so John Calvin, which most would say he's pretty hard on the determinism, but John Calvin says that God has two wills. And so this idea is Orthodox Christian teaching. It does come from the Bible, because God.
But God, Doug, why not just say God? There's things God allows to happen, and there's things God does. What's so contradictory about that?
Because
so let's put it this way. Here's the thing God does. He creates the universe. Okay?
Right.
In this universe that God creates, he sets up certain parameters, and a part of those parameters are things in which he will allow to happen. This is the Christian worldview, what I just said.
Well, but it's also the Christian worldview that God sustains people. Everything, this common grace, like everything in the universe is upheld by his hand. So if you say that God allows certain things and doesn't cause it, well, sure, you can say that, but you would very quickly admit that you wouldn't even have a breath if it wasn't for God. And so in that sense, God does cause everything.
So this would be I'm a bit careful to take some of these poetic stances or statements in the Bible and read them literally, like every second God is doing this maintaining work or something like that. I would just generally say that he is ultimately, like ontologically, the cause and the sustainer of all things. In the midst of that, God has chosen, again, this is, I know some Calvinists especially would disagree with me, but God has chosen to limit himself in certain ways. One of those ways where he limits himself and therefore allows human beings to do things is when people are rebellious towards him. So when, that, you got to send me, Doug. Send me that. So one of the ways he does that is when people sin and do wrong. That is God's allowing them of doing that, but not causing them to do that. There's no contradiction here.
It's basically three dominoes standing up, and what you're saying is the three dominoes: God, person, and then there's something called free will in between. And so God creates, domino flips, and then it's free will of the human soul causes the human to act, and then the last domino flips. I'm just I think Calvinists would agree with me here. Ultimately, without that first domino going down, none of the dominoes go down.
Everybody would agree with you, unless they're open theists or whatever like that. Yeah.
Right. So if everybody agrees with that, that's all I'm saying. That every sin that God does not desire, he desired in the sense of he created knowing it would happen. So desire, not desire. That's the contradiction.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think that's misleading, actually. I'm trying to be as gracious as I can. Is that God can will things but not desire them. I actually gave examples from scripture on that Christian theology would be completely fine with. Look, the example I would give is I desire, for example, that let's just say my son, I desire him not to be hurt or whatever like that. But then also, I'm the guy who drives him to his soccer practice and watches him just be regularly, right, hurt. And every time he gets hit, I'm concerned. I have a desire for him not to happen. But that's a part of the entire endeavor we're on. It might be a bad analogy, but I don't desire the pain. What I'm saying is I don't desire the pain that my child is going through. And it's producing a greater sort of thing in him.
Well, you do desire a little bit of pain because you know it'll lead to your son becoming stronger and learning lessons.
Correct. But what I'm saying is now when we put that into moral categories, let's just say wrong things my son does, or in God's case, the sinful acts human beings do. You're saying he desired that. And I'm saying, no, he didn't.
Yeah, I would. And this is where we just have a fundamental disagreement. I would say, yes, he definitely did. Because if he definitely is not okay with it,
can you put this in a quick syllogism? I just want to see what is it that I'm missing here? Because look, I'm pretty good at looking at syllogisms and saying I disagree with the conclusion, or I disagree with some of the premises, but I can see how that would how that's functioning.
Yeah, the problem is I could try to put in a syllogism, but then we're just going to basically, I think, debate definition of words.
Just put it for my own sake.
I can do it later for you. I don't think I can do it on the fly.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Doug, I think, correct me if I think what you're saying is the difference between our actions and influencing our children or ourselves. And this is the premise of your argument, is it not, that God has absolute infallible knowledge of the future and then permits things to happen, and you're saying that makes him the immediate cause, right? Is that pretty much what you're saying?
I wouldn't say immediate cause, a cause. That he caused it.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I get what you're saying. I still do believe it somewhat begs the question, and we have to go back to what Arthur was saying, and that's like, is that bad? Like you still have to show that man's free will has either been limited or made obsolete. And you have to show that when God determines the judgment of a particular people for a particular action, in hell or on earth, that's not the right thing for God to do.
Well, again, this comes down to the contradiction of God. Is he okay with sin? Does he desire sin? Now, earlier, Arthur said that maybe yes.
Well, he's okay with it, but he doesn't desire it, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. And this is the sort of the language barrier.
Sure.
I would say that God even desired sin by creating, because he desired to create, knowing that sin would result.
I can see why you would say that. Yeah, I would just, again, because of the nature of these conversations, I think we have to be very careful as to how we define the words and their meanings and stuff.
See,
number one, so we can understand each other well. Number two, because it could be misleading.
But here's the problem with, like, I've had this conversation many times with many different types of theists. And here's where I think the problem really lies between us. And that is, for you guys, it's a done deal. The case is closed. Like, God created, like, and so now I bring up these questions, and you got to somehow make it fit, because God created. So we see what we see. So there has to be a good reason for it. Whereas I'm coming from the perspective, maybe truly, your God doesn't even exist.
So look, that's
and he didn't create.
Okay, so that's a completely different kind of conversation. So the first conversation is that you're asking questions, and then we're dealing with whatever is consistent within our own worldview, within the Christian worldview, and presupposing God's existence, X, Y, and Z. If the conversation is going to be about here's what we have as a given is reality, existence, the universe, can we talk about whether this thing can be eternal, this thing came out of nothing, like whatever the possibility is other than God? Then I would say, okay, let's have that conversation. If you're like, cool, what I would say is, let's just say God didn't start the universe in that conversation. I'd say, Doug, please give me a couple of options where.
Yeah, and we can talk about that, because that's probably, because we've already talked about this to death. But within your Christian worldview, it's a critique against it, saying that maybe the Christian God doesn't exist because of these omni properties.
That's fine. I got thick skin.
Yeah.
So does Jonathan, from the looks of it. And
so, and the same with some Muslims I've talked to. It's like in their head, they're thinking, well, it's just a no-brainer. My God exists. And so it's obvious, since he created, there has to be a good reason. We can't even entertain the idea that maybe there is a real friction here, a contradiction here that's real, showing that my God doesn't exist. But no, the universe exists, so he does exist. Okay, so then there has to be a way out of this. This is what I think is what's happening.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's just that would be a separate conversation for me. I do have a question for you, before we shift gears here. Would your view, I wrote it down somewhere here, would your view of free will be a deterministic one?
Yeah. I lean deterministic. There could be some randomness. But
it's all based on probability.
Yeah. So I'm basically in the Calvinistic camp when it comes, like, I'm the atheist.
Some Calvinists might take offense at that, but
I'm an atheist Calvinist.
Yeah, and I would actually I'd say the same exact thing to you that I would say to plenty of my Calvinist friends is when it comes to, if determinism is true, moral responsibility is not a real thing. It's very interesting to me that some atheists, and I think you would be included in this, spend quite a bit of time talking about how God is unjust or would be somehow morally suspect or something like that. And I get that if it's an internal critique to Christianity. Okay, so I'm okay with that. But at the same time, they sit there and they believe that we're not free at all, and nobody really chooses to do the wrong and evil. So the example you were giving about a pedophile and all that stuff, it's like, that guy's predetermined to do that. What's your problem?
Yeah, well, I would disagree with that, with the whole idea of moral responsibility. But my guess is what you mean by moral responsibility might be a little bit different than what I mean. Like, you're viewing it from an ontological God.
No, we should punish them.
Yeah, and that's what I'm coming from. Yeah. That because we are not omniscient, because we can't see all the various cause and effects, that when we see someone rape a child, We should say, number one, that is bad because let's say it goes against your standard of well-being, unnecessary suffering. We should shame that person and we should lock that person up because
but
it has. So our actions affect them.
correct. So you could conceive, right, in your world, you could conceive of a possibility in which we were all predisposed to raping little children, and the people who were there, like the minority, saying, "Don't do it. This is wrong." We were punishing them and oppressing them.
Yes, but that's
And there would be nothing wrong with that morally, according to
you can
your
definitely
worldview.
conceive of that, but I could also conceive that if that were the world, odds are we would not have 8.5 billion people on the planet or 7.5 billion people
Correct.
on the planet.
But what I'm
That
saying
our
is that
societies would have broken down.
what we wouldn't be able to do is say it's wrong.
No, you can still say it's wrong based on a standard without a God, and
No.
it being predetermined.
No, what in that world, you would be saying the people that are the minority speaking against this are the wrong ones.
What are the minorities saying?
They're saying, "Don't do that. It's wrong."
Yeah, someone could definitely say that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
May I
like,
step in?
yeah, it's just like
I want to tag me in.
Sorry, say that again. You got cut off.
So I wanted to say, if Doug is finished, I didn't want to cut anyone off, but the problem with one of the things you just said, Doug, is you're like, oh, if that world existed, bro, that world's going to exist in my lifetime. And it's really clear if you hang out on Tumblr or follow the DNC.
What are you doing on Tumblr?
Jonathan,
Bro,
how old are you?
pretty-
Sorry, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay. Yeah.
No, you got to know the strategy of your enemy. Hang out in there. Bro, I've got like
come on. Okay, Christian parents listening, would you rather have Jonathan as your son-in-law or me?
Jonathan, get off of Tumblr, man.
Don't say that, because my parents, they might choose someone else, but they don't have that. So let me just say this. One, that world is very likely going to exist very soon, unless there's going to be some kind of major clampdown within the next few years.
Sorry,
like
but we don't even need to wait for it to exist. I think historically it's existed in certain ways.
I was the next point that, like, back in 2008, gay marriage was so taboo that the most liberal president in the history of the United States was like, gay marriage can't be legal. That's against the American standard. And so, like, we're talking about you pretend that there's some standard of justice, Nietzschean standard of justice, which can be judged by the individual. It doesn't exist. It's arbitrary, and it changes every generation. In fact, it's changed every half generation since the sexual revolution. And so you can pretend there's some standard of judgment outside of God, but history disagrees. Anthropology disagrees. It doesn't exist. God is the standard. He is the only standard. And our Christian religion is founded upon the point that we have the right standard. It's not that the Muslims and the Christians are equal. The Muslims got it wrong. The Muslims are illogical. They don't understand the truth. The Christians found the truth, and that's why we built the best civilization, which is being destroyed by Nietzscheism, nihilism, and these arbitrary standards, which you think are real.
Neo-Marxist liberalism.
What? Yeah,
So
cultural Marxism.
Neo-Marxist liberalism. Look, you could do whatever you wanted to your child in the Roman Empire up to adulthood. Whatever you wanted to. And some people did. And so what I'm saying is, I'm very sure there are societies today, and historically have been, where they haven't looked at some of these things as, wow, can't believe he just did that to his kid. That's so evil. So it's existed already. We don't have to wait for the future of possibly it existing, or I mean, the fact that it's Rome, shocking to me. But Doug, I think it's now I'm 38. You're, I want to say 50.
52.
52. Okay, and Jonathan's 24. Okay, this is a great kind of thing. I'm sure growing up,
father and son.
Dude, that'd be weird if I had a 24-year-old. That would be really, really weird. But in your lifetime, you've definitely seen cultural and societal expectations and norms and just standards really, really change.
Yep.
We got people freaking freak dancing on kids dressed in drag. Like, that's creepy at the very, very least. And there's individuals that are protecting them, saying, "No,
that was just every Wednesday on Shakespeare's time."
Maybe so. But in a different context.
But people used to sacrifice kids up to their gods, like
I agree.
3,000 years ago.
I agree. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We have to
Drag queens is a big step up.
I'm gonna answer this, Doug. You know who ended that? It wasn't Nietzscheism or secularism. It was Christianity, because we have the truth. We have the moral standard. You know when child sacrifice began back in the West? I'll just let you guess. Very, very, very speculative, but it might have been the rise of secularism. Just a guess there.
You're saying
he means abortion.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
I'm saying Christianity has the truth, and anthropology, which is a science, by the way, you atheist science lovers.
When you say,
it's not a hard science, Jonathan.
Jonathan, when you make a platitude statement like Christianity has the truth, you realize how little meaning that has? Because you got to be more specific. Truth about what?
I gave a example. We ended child sacrifice on a Western civilizational scale. No other culture.
What are you talking about?
We did that in Ireland. We did that in the Saxon people. We did that. The German tribe, the Visigoths.
Child sacrifice?
Yeah.
What year was this?
He's talking about child sacrifice.
I know, but
Visigoths. You wanted specific examples. The Visigoth tribes were some of the most. They're literally where we get the term barbaric. They were some of the most vile tribes.
Okay, very good. Okay, I understand you now. Now here's my question. If Muslims would have ended it, does that mean Islam is true?
Okay, here's what I want to say about Muslims. If they had ended
it... Hang on, answer that question first.
Okay, I would say that if Islam was able to uphold morality, that would be a good case that they have.
The question is this. You gave an example of why Christianity is true. You said they ended child sacrifice. Christianity ended sacrifice, and you gave a specific example, and I thank you for that. Now I ask the question, if Islam would have stopped that child sacrifice in that time in history, does that make Islam true? And you have to say no. So therefore, then I would say, well, is that a good reason to think Christianity is true?
I didn't say it's true because we ended child sacrifice. I said this proves that our standard is correct because we ended child sacrifice. As just one example, by the way, Islam has horrendous record with children. You want to look up? You can do this, by the way, right now on Google. Look up.
No, Jonathan, do not Google. Do not Google what it's about to say.
Jonathan, I could ask the same question. Jonathan, you keep.
I'm not going to get you banned off YouTube, but
you keep doing this. You keep going on to other things. If Islam ended child sacrifice, does that mean their standard is true?
No, because look, I don't think Jonathan would say that. I think Jonathan
he just said
no.
That.
He's saying it's better. We did it because we mentioned sacrifice and stuff like that. It's because you were like, oh, they used to do child sacrifice, and that's a lot worse than drag queen, whatever. And you're right, it is. But who came into that? I think he's talking about more of a historical setup. Who came into that and said, stop doing this? It's stupid.
Right, but
you're not supposed to be doing this. The Romans and the Greeks used to leave their children out in public to die. Christians would adopt these children. We can't say the Christians and the Romans that were doing this, or it was even a societal norm that were even okay with it doing it, are on equal par when it comes to their morality and their ethics.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I'm saying secularists could have ended things like that Muslims, Hindus.
Correct. They could have, but did they?
Well, there's definitely.
I think one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most evil systems in the world is the caste system. The caste system is a natural byproduct of the karmic mentality.
Well, Christianity, one could say, is a caste system as well, just two different castes. Those who walk in the light and those who walk in darkness.
No, that's not a caste system, because it doesn't tell you that if you're walking in darkness and say some evil happens to you, that is because of that, or you deserve that, or something X, Y, and Z. It just doesn't. That's why
Well,
Jesus said
was
it to
that
God. No, because Jesus said God makes it to rain on the just and the unjust alike. Again, common grace.
right. Jesus
where-
just moved it into the
where-
afterlife instead of
Well,
this
say,
life.
no, because one is that is not the same, because when you look at the punishment of it, there's a justice factor that never really gets met in a karmic system. Because if you're in this vicious cycle within the karmic system, you can never really escape it. That's why the rich always dominate and the poor don't. Now, what I'm saying is they didn't. Secularism didn't. Secularism didn't arise in 1000 BC and then just like created utopia. As a matter of fact, secularism,
No, I would say 1800s, 1600s to 1800s.
Because secularism, I would say, is an outworking of the Christian worldview.
Yeah, I think
It's
a Christian
a
would say that,
misapplication,
because
I would say, of the Christian worldview, but whatever.
like the whole thing about burning of witches, the Christians did that.
Correct. Incorrectly. Wrongly.
Well,
This one. This
Okay.
is my topic, Doug. All right. So, Salem witch trial. You've probably never.
now we're gonna get a
studied
history
it.
lesson.
You want to talk about sacrificing children and the prosecution of murder? Look up the Salem witch trials, man. Like, read a history on it. These people were evil. And it's like, people will like refer to the Salem witch trials and they're like, oh, these poor innocent little women. No, they weren't poor innocent little women. They were practicing abject hedonism in a very puritanical culture. I mean, Salem was a very Puritan run place. Like, the idea that you should not judge any form of horrendous idolatry or child sacrifice or something like that, you may say that's true, but that's not the Orthodox Christian opinion. And by the way, I defend the Salem witch trials. I'm not saying everything they did in every particular scenario was right, but the women that were put on trial were accused of horrendous things. And by the way, there was blood shed in very many
Like
of their cases.
what were they accused of?
One of the women killed her children and her husband was poisoned. Okay,
So she was killed for being a murderer, not being a witch.
She was a witch.
Because she
But she wasn't killed for being a witch. She was
But we can
killed
literally
for...
say that witch killed her children and her husband.
I know, but if a witch,
I'm being facetious.
if a witch did nothing, didn't let's say do any of the
she
crimes,
did it with the witchery.
yeah.
But
And
look,
all
but,
she
but
did was
in,
cast spells. Should she be put to death?
So real witches cast spells using blood magic, and even Wiccan will admit this to you. They'll admit that all true magic is blood magic, and the best blood magic cost lives. And so back in the day when
wait, hang
witchcraft
on, Jonathan. This is not an area of my expertise, by the way. But so I have some questions for you. So, does that mean like you could just take blood? Like if I'm like, hey, I volunteer to give blood regularly. So if I'm like, here, take some of my blood, or does it have to be that blood is attained a certain way that's like makes it the best?
No, so there's different philosophies among Wiccan and other pagan circles right now. But most pagans today are very like, they're just edgy. But back in the day, and you can study the history on this, as open domain, lots of books have been written. The idea of taking a life of either an animal or a person to perform a spell was not an uncommon idea. And it did work. There was real power involved. These are demonic necromancies which are being performed. So you take the life of a beast or a creature of some kind, especially a human, and you use it for certain spells. These things were happening, especially after the Enlightenment. It's a really interesting history. Multiple books have been written about this. C.S. Lewis did a whole book about the rise of witchcraft after the Enlightenment, if you're interested in something like that.
Okay, what's so bad about
no,
what's so bad about that? Taking blood out of an animal and casting a spell.
I'm talking about witchcraft you see on TV. I'm talking about people who sacrifice children and they take people and sacrifice them to perform necromancy. We're talking about people who are doing human sacrifice.
That I think is bad. You got my vote on that being bad.
Let's hope so, Doug. Let's hope so.
And in order to promote witchcraft. This is something that was happening back in the Bible times. You brought up Canaan earlier, and I already said this, but look at the Canaanite rituals, man. Not pretty, not cool, very unkosher. Like it was not pretty stuff. We like have this romantic view of history. History wasn't romantic. It was graphic. People were sacrificing their children to gain power from gods, and it's just not a pretty thing when it happens. And it should be prosecuted when it happens.
Didn't God do something similar to that in the Old Testament?
What?
No.
Remember the Passover lamb?
That's a lamb. A lamb.
No, but they had to put blood on their doors, and if they didn't, then the firstborn would be killed by the messenger of God.
But it's the blood of the lamb.
The firstborn of Egypt as a judgment.
I know, but here's an example of God killing the firstborn if you didn't use this blood magic.
No, this was you're intentionally.
Come on,
that
dog.
is not.
Come on, man.
What?
I'm gonna claim that this is a sickness line.
Incorrect?
This is a sickness of the highest
What if I said
order.
that's incorrect? Wasn't that the story?
So-
that if
Blood
you-
magic, man. Come on.
Well, don't
What
be
if
offended for the
thing-
word magic. They use blood as a signal
Yeah.
to
Let's
a deity.
The king of Egypt murdered the firstborn children of Israel in cold blood. And God, who is just, God, who in his character is just, would not hold them guiltless. And so in the same generation, Moses was the child who was spared. And Moses came back and declared that if you do not let my people go, God will judge you, and there will be a cry that has never been heard. And he had the opportunity to repent, as well as all of Egypt. And by the way,
True or
many
false?
theologians...
True or false? The messenger of God killed the firstborn unless you didn't have the blood on the doorstep.
Yes, and it was a
There you go.
justice for the murder and genocide which had happened. So this is just justice. That's how justice works.
Well,
Yeah,
the
but
witch was
that's-
expressing justice.
Yeah, but it's not because of the blood. It's not like the blood doesn't have kind of like ritualistic whatever. Like the
Aren't you
blood
saved
being,
by the blood of Jesus?
yeah, that's because it's faith. It's an act in faith. When
Right,
they
but-
put the blood on their doorposts, this was a recognition that the God of Israel, Yahweh, will protect them in this judgment that is coming on the Egyptians by
But there's something
the
special
God of
about the blood,
Israel.
though, right?
No, there's nothing special about the blood. It's just blood.
I disagree with you. I think one can make the case that God has a proclivity for blood. Like in the Old Testament, it says,
No, it's
I
blood
love...
is synonymous with death in the Old Testament. That's all that means. It's death.
Well, right. It's about
Yeah.
life. And so it has symbolism. And so Yahweh loved the idea of the symbolism of blood. And that's why you sacrifice animals and
Because the seriousness of sin, biblical, let's look at the biblical trajectory, right? From God's view, right, or the biblical view, the seriousness of sin results in death. Sin results in death. You get this in Genesis 3, right? If you sin, you shall surely die. So this is why it's always death that comes as a result of sin. It's not because, and when blood is mentioned, it just means death. It's not. It doesn't have special qualities and powers and stuff like that. I want to take a little. Hang on, just for the chat, because we got 60 people in here. That's probably mostly because of you, Doug. So I should give you credit.
I shared. Yes.
I just saw Jeff Goldblum is in the chat. So, but we also have Keanu Reeves in the chat. So I want to do a vote. If you are for Keanu Reeves, write Keanu in the chat. If you are for Jeff Goldblum, write Jeff.
Wait, he said Keanu. He's not Keanu Reeves. He's Keanu Reeves is my Jesus.
Yeah, I told him I'm not going to call him that. So I just call him Keanu Reeves. That's the agreement.
The famous actors tend to follow my channel, so yeah, they're all here today.
Yes. So anybody for Keanu, put Keanu in the chat. If you're for Jeff, put Jeff in the chat. And my Blue Haven immediately put Doug. That's not one of the options, man. Doug does this regularly. He says you don't have a third option. You have this or this. So it's two options. It's Jeff or Keanu. Okay, let's return to our conversation in regards to, I think when it comes to the witches and the sort of stuff that these people believe, and this is one of those worldview issues, like Doug's going to look at it, and I get why Doug would look at it and say, this is just silliness. Like witches don't actually exist. Like incantations don't actually exist, right?
Do you believe they do?
Do I think they do? I think, yeah, because not in all cases. I think there's a supernatural world. I think there's a spiritual world. So I think there's demons at work. And I think some of those cases are demonic. Yeah.
See, this is good
But
in
I'm
a way
comfortable
because
with that.
I know, but this is good
Yeah.
in a way for me because if you're right, like I should be able to ask a demon to perform some type of powerful miracle for me. My whole worldview is shattered on the spot.
You have to sacrifice something. Let me say,
Okay, this just
Hey,
got
Nicky!
really, really dark. Hey, that
just
might
called-
get
called-
cut. Hey,
just called my
Jonathan, that
daughter.
might get cut into a short, man. And Pine
Let me
Creek
say-
saying, I'm going to stitch that. Pine Creek saying, I want a demon to reveal himself to you. And then Jonathan saying, sacrifice
Okay, let me-
something.
so I did evangelism in Memphis, Tennessee, and I had to like try to convert people who were in witchcraft and Wiccan, and so that's how I know about this. This isn't just something that I really enjoy. Okay, so that's my clarification there. But
Jonathan, what you need to do is you need to talk to these witches and you need to ask them to perform a miracle for you in front of your own eyes. That's amazing. Not
but-
just this.
that witches today, and this is what I actually already said this, like they're very corny, they're very gay, like they don't actually have or rely on the ancient books, and like they're very much like, have
Should
you
have
ever
said
met,
flamboyant, by the way.
have you
I
ever
agree with you. They're
met
fake. They're not real. They're fake.
Yeah.
I've
gone to dinner with these people. I've asked them to like show me what you got, you know, like it's very like it's really fake stuff. But if you study history, which very few atheists like to do because it destroys their worldview immediately, because their worldview is so non-historical. But if you study history, the overwhelming account of human civilization at all times and in every culture that has ever existed has been pinned by some divine power, either good or evil. And this is hardly without any exception. And so you will find that these powers, which you're saying, oh, it's all fake and I can just ask a demon. It's like these powers have been relied upon to build civilization. They've been relied upon to grant blessings for centuries. And you can say that all of humanity is all superstitious until secularism came and liberated all of us. But I would argue I would just argue that that's an approach that someone who doesn't study history takes, because history has an account of human experience. It's very vast and deep. And one of the things we see, and C.S. Lewis deals with this because it is a common argument, secularism actually produced more witchcraft, whereas witchcraft was almost obsolete inside of Christendom in the West and in the East, Byzantium. You actually have a rise of witchcraft secularism, because the truth is,
I actually don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Well, the truth is, when you forsake God as the power of civilization, men will look to another god. They'll look to someone like Mao Zedong or Hitler or someone to embody the great power of the divine, because they've forsaken the Lord Jesus Christ and the divine power of the universe.
Doug, I got a question. One of these dichotomies that you like throwing out. Because I'm seeing a rise in like New Ageism and all that stuff. That so I'll backtrack. When I was graduating Bible college, I did a thesis project, and my thesis project was that the future of the United States, at the very least, or the West, is not atheism; it's religious pluralism
or paganism. Paganism.
Correct, some form of it. And one of the things that we're seeing is that there's this rise of New Ageism, people just believing all sorts of spiritual stuff. And it's the guys that pop up on your Instagram feed and they're like, by the way, we figured out this secret stuff from ancient Egyptian texts. And just like a bunch of nonsense, but it sounds really spiritual and stuff like that. Would you rather have Christianity be the dominant worldview or something like a New Age? Like, which one would you live under?
I know exactly what you're talking. I won't ask quite. I'll answer. Certain forms of Christianity, yes, okay. I would rather
Protestantism.
Have that. Yeah, I think I prefer Protestants over Catholics. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Jonathan. Oh no, you're not Catholic.
No, he's not Catholic.
But there's
he keeps quoting Aquinas. That's why he thinks you're Catholic.
Yeah. He keeps bringing up Aquinas. That's why. But there's definitely some versions of Christianity that you and I probably both don't want. like Mormonism is a sect of Christianity. Jehovah
Yeah, they're not
Witness.
Christians. I wouldn't count them.
I know.
I
The
get it.
only two Christians are the ones in your sect and maybe Calvinists.
No, I'm just saying historically they're just not. But whatever.
But yeah, even progressive Christianity I don't care for much because I think they're one step away from a type of paganism. Yeah, I definitely see benefits. Like my wife's a Christian and she lives a very good moral life.
I was
great
thinking because
community.
I read I forget 2 years ago or something like that. I read what's his name? Tom Holland, not Spider-Man. Tom Holland, the historian, the atheist historian, who wrote a book called Dominion, How the Christian Revolution Remade the World. He essentially is talking about science in it, and he's talking about like Italian monks who end up in China to study solar eclipses, and they like do some kind of a discovery. They're studying this with Chinese scientists, and they're like, "Hey, we just figured this stuff out. Like, let's publicize this." And the Chinese guys are like, no, we can't do that because there's some kind of a superstition about the emperor and his reign and eclipses, where they're like, so it withholds science from being done properly. And what Tom Holland's argument in there is, well, Christianity, because it detaches God from creation, in the sense that God is not creation, actually allows for science to progress and go forth, rather than some of these worldviews where there's they're worshiping the creation and they can't do that stuff because they're afraid of offending spirits and deities that are very created.
Yeah,
So
I don't know if I
that's
quite
partly
buy
why I
that
asked
part.
that, by the way.
Yeah, because I think Christianity has helped science, but I think it's also hindered it. So there's both sides of that coin.
Can you think of any examples where it's hindered it?
I think in the areas of astronomy, we probably would have got a lot further faster if the whole idea that we are the center of the universe, God made the universe especially for us, and therefore the sun revolves about the earth. Like Galileo wasn't he put to death?
No, he was jailed. But there's
or-
political. I wouldn't use that example, by the way, for all the atheists listening to this. There's political reasons. He like offended the Pope and stuff before he was Pope. He was. Yeah.
Yeah, Galileo was a devout Christian.
Yeah, he never gave up Christianity. But what I would say is that there was Greeks. This is like beyond Christianity. Aristotelian astronomy seemed to be the predominant scientific view. It was not, Christians used it as they did. They used Aristotle and Plato in all sorts of various ways. But it's not that it was Christianity that was like, we're so much into this, we're the center of the universe.
You say it's more the Aristotelians?
Yeah, it's Aristotle. It's his view of the cosmos, and it took hold within Christianity, and people used biblical texts obviously to justify their views.
I give an explanation here. So
sure.
I know Doug hates this, but I study a lot of philosophy. Philosophically, and
hey, I don't get that feeling, Jonathan. I have a master's degree in philosophy. John he's good. Doug's good at it.
And discuss. So there's a philosophical school. Platonism and Aristotelianism is still alive and well today.
Correct.
And we still believe, I'm a Platonist, I'm an Augustinian, and I do believe the earth is the metaphysical center of the universe. So there's a lot of logical reasons to believe this, but primarily it's because we're the only reasoning beings that have ever been known or found outside of God himself. So in a sense, and this is what Aristotle's jiving at in his book Metaphysics, we are the center of the universe because the universe is only understood by us. And so, anyway, that's a defense of us being the center of the universe.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, like, when it gets like this is a Christian sort of thing, as though the Bible teaches it, it's just not, because we can just go back to before the scientific revolution, right? Before, forgetting names here. And you get Christians that are speaking about this subject and talking about various interpretations of reality and existence. So, like, for example, the young earth, old earth, in the Christian camp, the young earth, old earth conversation is a lot of young earthers will say, you guys only are interpreting that text. Some of them will say, not all of them. You guys only interpret that text because of scientists and post-scientific revolution. It's like, no, we can quote church fathers that are looking at the text and saying this isn't meant to be taken literally. So that's sort of why I'm saying this issue is not purely scientific. It's like everybody believed that. For the same reason, let's just say everybody right now, well, mostly everybody right now has a realist view of the universe, right? Christian, non-Christian, doesn't matter. Let's just say our studies into quantum mechanics and quantum theory and all that stuff leads to an idealist interpretation or an anti-realist interpretation. We're in the matrix and so on and so forth, right? And then we turn around in 200 years, 300 years, we go, you see those Christians, they believed in this realism nonsense. It's like, no, everybody believed that because that's what the consensus was. And that's what the consensus was in the Middle Ages. People believed certain things about the universe and the earth, whether they were Christians or not. Christians just happened to be a part of that camp.
Yeah.
I just want to be fair.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, if you had a time machine and go back 3,000 years and you read the Torah and you're a historian, and you're reading the Torah and you're going, what's the intent of the author here?
You wouldn't do that. You know why you wouldn't do that?
Why?
Because you would know what the intent of the author is. The reason why we ask intent of author questions is because we're removed time-wise. You and I, whenever we read contemporary books, let's just say.
Okay, maybe go back 2,500 years and you're looking back. So
then you would, years. And they did. Yeah. That's why they had theological differences.
But I'm saying that there's probably very few people at the time who would look at our universe and have the view we have now. It's only because of science.
Yeah, correct.
And I bet you the vast majority thought the Earth was plate-shaped on a foundation, and it was kind of like a dome on top with layers of heavens.
Yeah.
And why did they believe that?
Maybe so.
It's because doesn't it depend on where you go? I mean, the Greeks were very sophisticated. They were talking and having arguments about these things.
Yeah.
If you went 2,500 years, Zephaniah would still be alive. The Jews are in abject apostasy, still trying to like serve the true God. So yeah, I wouldn't want to live there because the Jews are all being rebellious again. But if you put me in the middle of Athenian society 2,500 years ago when Socrates and Plato were starting the first academy, you bet, sign me up. I'll be there because that's one of the greatest deposits of all human knowledge. And I think that it's not an equal playing field.
More than the Torah.
By the way, my homeschooling school for my kids is called the Lyceum.
Oh, are you like classical education?
Yeah, my wife and I are very much.
I'm going to contact you after this.
Just send me an email. Send me an email.
This is very cool. Hey, I really got to sign off because I have work tomorrow. Unlike you guys who are retired.
Whoa! How old do you think I am, man?
Hey,
I'm in the prime of my life.
You don't look a day over 70. I mean, you're looking.
I appreciate that. I don't mind looking old.
No, it was great. Hey, I really enjoyed it, Arthur. Having me on. Doug, great talk. Glad we were able to do it. God bless you both. Doug, repent of your sins, believe in Christ. He's the only hope for salvation. God bless you.
Yeah, and Jonathan, it was great talking to you, and science bless you richly.
It's hilarious. Doug, I wonder, I wanted to ask, we'll close, by the way, in the next 15 minutes. We'll go because I got to go as well. Look, I love having these discussions, and they're fun. And you're a very good conversation partner. Let me just say that. I don't care what other people might say in their experiences with you. My experience with you has been a very cordial one. It's great. You're a great conversation. You listen, and it's great. I'm curious about your relationship with your wife. By the way, the reason why is because I think that's the closest relationship we can have of any human is the relationships with, ideally speaking, if things are good, with our spouses. Like he just said, repent of your sins. Like I'm just like curious. You're like eating dinner and stuff, and your wife's like, Doug, man, like You got to
She would never
repent.
say that.
So
My
again,
wife's much smarter than Jonathan.
or in closer proximity, both the
She
relationship.
realizes that I don't believe in sin, and it would make no
Correct.
difference. So,
Yeah. So just in regards, and because I've seen this go both ways. Okay, so I've seen people become Christians, and then now they're faced with this conflict in their marriage. And then I've seen people obviously leave Christianity, and that creates a conflict in their marriage and their families. I guess what I'm asking you is some practical wisdom for people because I think the Bible is against divorce. I think it's probably not a great idea to get a divorce. It doesn't solve issues for the most part. And I think the Bible, even when the Bible speaks about having an unbelieving husband, this is the case of there's women in the church who have unbelieving husbands. Paul doesn't say abandon your husbands, leave them, right? He says, no, win them over, be nice to them, be submissive, love God, love them. But if they leave you, if they abandon you, then okay, they've done that. That's their decision. So what are practical things you've clearly got? You were believers, you loved your wife before and after and during. Just some wisdom, man.
You want me to give wisdom to Christians or to non-Christians? Probably
both,
right?
Both, because there might be people who become Christians, and now they're confronted with certain things. I mean, practical. You're a 52-year-old man. You've lived life a lot longer than a lot of people, so there's a lot of good experience. You've raised kids. Okay, so there's a lot of wisdom I think you can give both to Christians and non-Christians.
Yeah. Advice number one, love's a choice, not a feeling. So when you made a commitment to your spouse, uphold it. And happiness is overrated. Contentment is a lot more important. From the Christian perspective, if you truly believe that God is sovereign, that he's in control, and that no one can tear someone away from the Father's hand, then don't worry. If you have an unbelieving spouse, just trust that God has it. Pray, be a good example, do the best in your relationships with your kids and your spouse. Same with your children. If you're scared your spouse is going to lead your children to hell, why are you worrying? It says in your scriptures you shouldn't worry because tomorrow will worry about itself. Trust in the Lord. Have this peace that you're supposed to have. To the non-Christians listening who have a believing spouse, I would say the same thing. Love's a choice. Just because you have different worldviews doesn't mean you can't get along. There's probably focus in on the shared values that you do have. Like, for example, my wife leans right, I lean right. And so we often talk about politics and we share common values there. She probably appreciates some of my political opinions more than her Christian friends because some of her Christian friends lean a little liberal. And so like, oh, thank goodness I got an atheistic husband who leans right. I mean,
go home to someone I can feel comfortable with.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually interesting. There's probably more division between political parties than there is faith. It's weird.
Yes. Well, nowadays at least.
But yeah, that's all. That's what I would say to the Christian is just trust God, and to the non-Christian, commit. And when you commit to someone, you're a testimony to their life. Like, sure, you might not share anymore the greatest thing that bonded you previously, but you have so much shared experiences in your life. To give that up is ridiculous. And especially if you have children together, there might be a temptation to find an atheist woman instead of your Christian wife. No, because this atheist woman that you might meet up with or whatever doesn't know what happened 16 years ago and shared that, the birth of your child and all those great vacations and all that sort of thing. There's value in that. And don't let, 5 minutes of fun ruin everything. Like, be committed, be a great father, be a great mother. There you go.
Thank you, Doug. I really appreciate that. No, that means quite a bit, man, because I think people, like for some reason, some people might be viewing your channel and following you and thinking that like every other, conversation with your wife is an argument about God or something like that.
No,
Right?
it isn't at all.
Man, we have a lot more things that happen in a family and that we got to care about and think about and be about. So, do you have grandkids?
No, no, no. My
Okay.
oldest is 20, so she just turned 20 yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Because we couldn't procreate fast enough, like we were late to the party and having kids.
Well, I hope that you will, because I've seen my parents. I have 3 brothers, by the way, so it's a bigger family. There's 10 grandkids currently.
Oh, wow.
So 5 and 5 divide, 5 boys and 5 girls. So we'll see who the tiebreaker is between me and my younger brother. We'll see what
My
that,
daughter doesn't want to get married and have kids, and I'm kind of like, what? What is wrong
No,
with
she's
you?
20. that's what I would say. You're 20.
My kids are weird. I'm trying to encourage them to have boyfriends and girlfriends and go out and have fun and enjoy life. And, I actually am an atheist who agrees that you should probably wait till marriage in order to have coitus. But they don't even go on dates. I'm going like, oh my goodness. Like,
I think it is the new generation is weird that way. They prefer screens over people. But the more I see, because I've worked with youth and young people, like I've seen in the church context, I've known people who were like 15 that are like 26 now, and I'm like, you need to get married. You need to get married soon, and it'll be beneficial for you. And here's how. So we have those conversations. But I think that's just a part of growing up. And there's difficulties. I feel for the young people and the dating scene right now, like people who actually want to, and I really, this is. People who actually want to approach marriage seriously and kind of the stuff you said, more conservative in regards to what they're looking for in a partner, have a really hard time currently.
Well, my daughter, both
Yeah.
my kids are not believers, but I've encouraged at least my daughter to go to church and hang out with the youth group, and she doesn't want to. So, but I think, that's still like, not necessarily to go to sermons or whatever, but just go hang out with people your age, go bowling or whatever, see a movie. And if that means you have to go to a church group to do it, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of people from the Middle East, from Lebanon and Jordan and stuff like that. One of the funny things that I regularly hear is how the Muslims would send their kids to the Christian schools because the level of education they were getting at the Christian schools was so much better than the Islamic schools.
I was this close to transferring my son to a private Christian school this year. Yeah.
Yeah. So education matters. Doug, thank you so much for coming on, man, and bringing that gigantic crowd with you.
And thank you for doing this.
Stuck around, man. I appreciate it.
And really encourage your Christian brothers and sisters in Christ to do more of what you're doing here, because I think it's needed.
I try. I also try to be an example by doing it.
Yeah. Well, you're a good example. I appreciate it. Take care. Bye.
Appreciate it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been on, dude, 4 hours and 24 minutes. That's Doug's okay with that. I usually ended at like 2 hours and 2.5 hours. I've done 1 5-hour stream and some 3-hour streams, but that was fun, guys. Again, we enjoy it. And hopefully you've learned something in the midst of this. You really have. If you're a Christian who hasn't learned stuff during this entire process, you need to rewatch this. If you're not a Christian who thinks, I haven't learned anything, you need to rewatch it. There's many, many things a part of that conversation that was well. If you're not subscribed to my channel, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. Go subscribe to Doug's channel. Check him out. Interact with it. If you're a Christian who doesn't interact with atheists, check out Doug's content. I think it will be beneficial to you in regards to what atheists say about Christianity. Okay, so with all that said, I want to thank you, and I will see you guys tomorrow night, 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. West Coast time. We will do a reaction video. So I will try to cut this up as much as I can, guys. Maybe some fun stuff, just joking sort of stuff, but also the longer form conversations we had. I'll try to cut it up. Take care. God bless you guys. See you later.